Nimaga? 382. Есть, сигнал идет. Сейчас зал проверим тоже.
То есть первый канал. Русский этот. Может? Да, да, есть, есть. Да, да, есть. Да, спасибо.
Test. Раз. Test. Bo'ldi, baraka. Bo'ldi. Okey, kelyapti. Ras. Sound check.
Раз. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I think we can start our conference, and I would like to make sure that everyone has a seat. And I'm pleased to welcome here Euro's board member, Mr. Aybek Sheikhov. Mr. Aybek, please. Thank you.
So, ladies and gentlemen, welcome. We're happy to be on stage again. Today, as a board member and one of the founders of Euros. Well, good afternoon. First of all, it's great to see many familiar faces, but also great to see many new faces. On behalf of the board of directors, I have a really great pleasure to welcome everyone, speakers, partners, colleagues, partners, members who are organizing this course, especially. We had a conversation a couple of months ago whether, it's a good idea. They had an idea, why don't we do an event together on a subject that is not often discussed. We have private wealth and compliance are two subjects which go very much hand in hand to the development of any economy, especially accelerated development that we see today in Uzbekistan. Yet most of the time these things come up in private conversations rather than public forums. With the development of the market, you have a lot of wealth which is being built up in the market, and we have a lot of systems. We are not living in a very easy world these days. As we know, in most parts of the world, stability these days is a hard thing to find, unfortunately, but we're very lucky and happy to have a very stable economic environment, but also, of course, political environment in Central Asia and in Uzbekistan. And, of course, creating value is something that we set out to do at Euros. Today, the Euros Association counts over 170 members, making us the biggest international business association in Uzbekistan, for which we are very, very proud. But also, it's not about the quantity, it's also about the quality. What I would encourage you today is not just to listen to distinguished speakers that will join us throughout the day, and of course, you will get a lot of insights. What I encourage you to do also is to meet each other, because people who are coming together today in this room are all quite unique. Many people have arrived to Tashkent today, not living here. Some of you are here for the first time, and many of you are conversation starters on a whole variety of subjects. And once the discussions start, things come up. Ultimately, this is our goal today, to bring community together, to have a discussion, to engage, to understand each other, to learn from each other. This is the goal of Euros. And of course, if you're not members yet, you should consider, because today Euros is a substantial force in this market. I'm very proud to say that. To convince the first 10 members was a nightmare. 10 years ago, I was running around Uzbekistan explaining to the government and to some of the embassies that, hey, we should create a business association because people need it. Today, 4 or 5 companies per week are applying, and we are having trouble to manage the number of applications. Again, I will stop here. I'd like to welcome you here very much. Hopefully you will take this day with value, and you will come back home this evening to say, I met great people, I found out things.
Good afternoon, everyone. Now we have Swiss quality, the microphone works. Very warm welcome in Tashkent. It's my honor to be here today. Thank you, Oybek, for sharing with us this important task of getting together wonderful professionals, colleagues from the wealth management industry, from the banking world, from the legal world. We could not be more happy to organize this event at this place at this time. As rightfully Oybek said, there are not too many places where stability meets the expectation of the client. So many regions of the world suffer from the geopolitical turbulences, and Central Asia, especially Uzbekistan, looks to be in a very good shape at this place. The idea of creating and hosting such a forum was developed end of last year when we had our first business development mission. We at Quarus, we are really focused on working with private clients in their legal matters. And we thought that the markets are already ripe enough in Uzbekistan to test the ground. And I think we're not mistaken by looking at the full house today. It's not just because of the distinguished guests and panelists, it's because the interest is there, clearly. And the interest is there because Uzbekistan is developing on a very good and rapid scale. We are reading a lot of media reports about the changes in the country, the positive changes, and we are really struggling sometimes to understand how such a speed of change is possible. The recent news about creating the International Financial Center in Tashkent, which would obviously set food for family institutions and family foundations and personal foundations as well, looks very promising. So in this context, it's clear that we are in a very serious setup. There was a joke. I mean, I started my career back in Moscow, and there was a joke that at the low tide, it became clearly obvious who was swimming without the trunks. So clearly, this is not the case here. It's a well-prepared area. It's a well-prepared country on the rise. And we from Europe, from Switzerland, we cannot miss to notice that. My special thanks goes to Europe-Uz, the co-organizer of this event, Oybek and his team. You've done a wonderful job. And also I would like to thank our sponsors. Our platinum sponsor, Charles Monat. Martin is here. He will be speaking just after me. It's a great company, a great team of professionals in the wealth industry. We are also very thankful to our strategic partner, Banque Richelieu. Charles is here and Oscars is here and some other guys are also here. We are very happy that you were on board. Actually, there were not too many banks in Switzerland who still regard or would regard Uzbekistan as the core market. Richelieu is one of them. And then I would like to thank our sponsors, Arthur Asset Management Company, Anton, and hopefully Andrei will also join us. Andrei is having birthday today. He is 55. So we will have a special occasion tonight, I hope. I would like also to thank Argil, which is the intelligence and strategic communications advisor from UK, but active worldwide. William will be speaking and hosting a panel later today. And last but not least, special thanks to Prosperity Circle, which is a newly established multifamily office based in Switzerland. Unfortunately, Yuri Mararo, a good friend of mine and my partner, could not make it today because he has urgent client matters in Monaco. But we have Tatiana from Prosperity. She will be speaking on reputation management. All in all, these are wonderful topics. I'm really happy to be standing here today, and I'm really happy that the vision we had just a few months ago has materialized. Special thanks to Timur Karakashev, my partner and my right hand in all what regards Central Asia. Timur, you deserve this applause, and thank you very much.
Dear Evgeny, thank you very much for your engagement and for your partnership with Euro-Uz. First of all, I would like to note that this forum was organized not in one day. It took us about 2 months of negotiations with Timur and his team. And thank you very much, first of all, from the name of Euro-Uz. And now I'm pleased to announce our next speaker, Mr. Martin Anderson, Associate Director of Charles Monat. Mr. Anderson, I'm pleased to give the floor to you. Yeah, please.
Thank you all for joining us here today. Once again, I have to say, should I raise this? Can you hear me well in the back? Perfect, appreciate it. Thank you all for joining us here today. Special thank you as well to Timur for having brought us on board, to Oybek, and to everyone who was involved in this. Uzbekistan is going through some very dramatic changes right now. Something that we're very happy is finally happening. And with this, as businesses expand internationally, things tend to change. And as private wealth grows, so do the challenges. With this in mind, we have obviously organized the event here today. And looking at the agenda today, I think it's quite clear that the challenges that we are starting to face cannot be solved by a single profession. Lawyers will look at one perspective, an asset manager looks at something else, a compliance officer looks at something else, and the family officer and reputational advisor, something completely different. And increasingly, these clients that we have, that we share, operate in a world that is far more international. And so we're trying to bring in expertise from around the world who have already dealt with similar issues. Complexity tends to grow with more international exposure, and this is really where weakness is revealed, as Gillian pointed out. And so one of the most common issues that we at Charles Monat come in contact with is centered around what happens when the unexpected happens. Sadly, people pass, and there's a question of what will happen then. This is a conversation that no one wants to have, but it is a conversation that needs to be had. We try to support clients to make sure that when these things happen, there's enough liquidity, there's enough planning there to make sure that families can process, that they can move on, and that the business can continue unhindered. I don't want to take up too much of your time here. If you have questions, anything else, I highly suggest reaching out to any of the speakers after the event or during. So the only thing I really want to say here is that I think the point of this whole conference is that multiple different disciplines need to be combined to provide the best solution for clients. And we have a great panel ahead of us, or several panels ahead of us. So I hope we will all get to learn something. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Martin, for your keynote. Now we are turning to our first panel discussion, which is wealth management and private banking in a cross-border environment. And I'm pleased to give a floor to the moderator of this session, Mr. Evgeny Zhilin. He's a managing partner of Quoros. Evgeny, please, you can announce.
Speaker. Yes.
Это кликер.
Okay, great, that works. So I'm very pleased to welcome my co-panelists, Charles Visseria from Banque Richelieu, Anton Vinsky from Arthur Asset Management, and Patrick Prince from Recoveries. Great. So everyone is on place, on time. It's meant to be a conversation. I think that, well, the private advisor in the area of wealth manager should not overburden someone with lengthy and difficult presentations. So as for me, it's not about the slides, it's more about the conversation, the ideas that we can develop and convey. And I think that we have enough time for questions at the end. We'll be trying to cut the presentations a bit shorter than usual so that everyone engaged and involved would have the ability to ask questions. And I encourage you to ask questions because the interaction with the audience is something which is of value to us, and it gives us immediately the proper feedback. I'm not sure how it works, by the way. This thing. Switch. Can anyone help me? How do I use it? Oh, now it looks didn't work. Okay, no problem. My five Rappen, as we say in in Swiss German, is about the role of the wealth advisor and of the lawyer who is active in the private wealth industry. Just a few takes to start the conversation. I think that the most probable comparison would be to act like a Sherpa for those clients who are very specific in their needs because they have developed already a wealth. You don't develop wealth if you are not able to do that. So you have special skills, speaking from the client perspective, who have developed the client into the person he is. And the family, because we are always dealing not just with one single person, we're looking at the whole family to become part of the story. That's really complicated. So first and foremost, to be successful, the wealth advisor and the, let's say, the industry leader needs to be on the same page as the client or the family is. He needs to know the family. He needs to know their strengths, the weaknesses, the story behind the wealth. He needs to become like part of the enlarged family. And only in this case can he be successful. That's point number one. Point number two, in the modern world, there are so many jurisdictions interacting between each other so that someone of a wealth advisor caliber needs to have the oversight of these jurisdictions, because very rarely is it that the family wants to structure the wealth just within one jurisdiction. The maximum we have seen is 13 jurisdictions where the clients had either their assets or parts of the family or some legal problems or something else they would like to develop. 13 jurisdictions is a lot, and you cannot be a lawyer or a wealth advisor understanding the specifics of every one of them. For that, you have to rely on wider teams, on enlarged teams, and have to have the ability to manage larger teams. So if, for example, it's an Uzbek family with interests in Uzbekistan, creating the majority of its wealth, but then with kids studying somewhere in Europe, with other family members developing business in UAE, with everyone going to Europe and want to establish, let's say, a structure there, it's already 4 to 5 jurisdictions which we have to analyze. And then another thing is it's important to educate the clients. It's definitely a two-sided road. The clients, they give you stuff, they educate you in terms of business, real business, in terms of how they create their wealth. So you have to know that. But you educate the clients in terms of proper structure, proper avoidance of mistakes. And it's advisable to start this process early rather than late, because otherwise you will have to deal with already very complicated structures which need to be totally reshuffled. So these are the few takes that I wanted to start the conversation. We have actually an excellent panel with different experience involved. We have Charles, who is a traditional banker, if I may use that word, who is coming from a very strong banking background, currently based in Monaco. We have Anton Winsky, who is also a banker, but since a few years very active in the independent asset management industry. And it would be also interesting for me and for all of us to understand what are the added value of independent asset managers as against the banks, what are the latest trends in the industry. And then we have Patrick, who comes from the industry of digital assets, who is someone dealing with investigations and fraud cases in complicated matters involving crypto assets. So we have here an array of experts, and it would be my pleasure to give the floor to Charles. He would start and tell us a bit more about his experience and his takes.
Hello, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here with you in Tashkent today. Thank you for Chorus and Europe-Uzbekistan for organizing this forum. So by way of introduction, my name is Charles Visseria. I'm head of lending at Banque Richelieu Monaco. I've worked in private bank for 8 years now, specializing in providing financing solution for high net worth individuals. So firstly, I will give a brief introduction on our institution. Our headquarters is in Paris. Groupe Richelieu Monaco is an asset and wealth manager with an international presence. We are based in France, in Paris and Lyon. We are based in Monaco. We are based in Abu Dhabi in the ADGM area. And we are also based more recently in Zurich in Switzerland. We are able to offer extensive and complementary expertise across 3 business lines, including private bank, asset management, and investment banking, with Richelieu Invest and Richelieu Corporate Finance. As of today, we manage approximately 10 billions of assets under management. In Monaco, we have organized ourselves around 5 key market segments, including Europe and Monaco, Middle East and Levant, Eastern Europe, and also Africa. We specialize in providing bespoke wealth management for high net worth individuals, investment advisory also, and lending solution. We offer discretionary and advisory management, execution services to all asset classes, including private equity and wealth planning solution. Our approach is highly personalized. We often act as long-term partners for our clients, sometimes even as a family office. We act sometimes as a one-stop shop for our client. To set up the company, we have key contacts, real estate agent, the good surveyor to assess the value of a property in case of a real estate transaction. And we will help our clients to manage, to protect and pass on their wealth across the generation. We provide mortgage financing for prime real estate properties located in France, in the south of France, in Paris, in French Alps, including Courchevel and Megève, in Monaco. We also finance in Switzerland, around the Lake of Geneva, and in Stade. And we also finance in London, in the prime area of London. We can also finance through unregulated loans. We also provide Lombard financing which allows our clients to leverage their portfolio without liquidating assets and avoid to interrupt a financing strategy. We will help them to respond to a treasury needs, to finance something where we will not take any risk exposure on a property. So we have few products that we are able to propose on all our different entities, including in France, Abu Dhabi, and also Monaco and Switzerland. So now we will look at the practical side of acquiring a real estate property in France and in Monaco. So first thing will be to clarify the objective. Is it rental investment? Is it second home? Is it both? Is it wealth diversification? The second step will be to define the ownership structure. It will be direct ownership, or it will be through a vehicle, for example, a French SCI, a civil company, or a Monegasque SPV. There is no constraints for non-residents to buy an asset in France or in Monaco. This is really important. And the last thing will be to anticipate tax implication, income, the capital gains, the inheritance tax, and the wealth tax, with a tax advisor that will advise your clients regarding the ownership structure. The second step will be, once the client has selected a property in France or in Monaco, to sign the preliminary sale agreement with the notary and transfer a deposit between 5 to 10%, depending on the transaction, on the amount. And the first step will be with the notary to carry out all the due diligence. To buy a property in France, it will take around 2 to 3 months once the property has been selected. I mean, to have the key. And the last thing will be to sign the title deed. And we are in a position to help your clients, our clients, to finalize this transaction. The cost implication regarding the notary fees is around 7% in France, plus between 0.6% for the mortgage in France and 1% in Monaco of the loan amount. The key point for our clients is to reduce the taxable base, and taking into account the French tax system, and reduce the taxable base by financing the whole amount of the purchase price. Let's maybe now turn to the French real estate market. So the luxury real estate market, including France and Monaco, prime location only, remains one of the most resilient and also in demand segments globally. In Paris, to start with Paris, Paris is continues to attract our global clientele thanks to the city's status as a cultural, but also political and economic hub. The French real estate market, especially Paris, is very deep. It's a liquid market. And the most prestigious districts are currently, the prices are currently between 12,000 euros to 18,000 euros per square meters. Let's now turn to the French Alps. Courchevel and Megève remains ultra-prime mountain destinations. Prices are really different. We are between 13,000 euros per square meter to 20,000 euros per square meters in Megève, and 30,000 euros per square meters in Courchevel. The market is fueled by international and high net worth individuals. They are seeking exclusive, prestigious chalet with ski in, ski out, access and premium services. On the French Riviera, it's different, and we can split the French Riviera between 3 main areas. The Western French Riviera, it's Saint-Tropez, Ramatuelle with its excellent lifestyle. Then we'll have the Central Riviera, Cannes, and all around Cannes. And then we will have Eastern Riviera, which is characterized by the three main caps, the three luxurious caps of Cap d'Antibes, Saint-Jean-Cap-Ferrat, and Roquebrune-Cap-Martin. Then we'll have Monaco, finally. Monaco remains one of the world's most exclusive and resilient markets, shaped by structural scarcity. Monaco, it's only 2.5 kilometers of square meters, sustained high international demand. The Monaco average price per square meters is around 57,000 euros. And with the Larvoto district and the new development of Mare Terra, we have crossed the threshold of 70,000 euros per square meter. So Monaco ranks first among the world city in terms of growth in property value. So why Monaco? Because of the lot of points, because of its exceptional lifestyles and climate in the French Riviera, because of the highly attractive system. There is no wealth tax, no capital gains, no personal income tax for a resident, because of the safety and security, because Monaco is one of the safest places in the world. It's a strategic location in Europe with international airport. It's a prestigious networking, a lot of events, the Formula One Grand Prix, Rolex Master. Because of its political and economic stability, there is no unemployment in Monaco. So we can structure the whole journey of a high-end acquisition. And I will say that together, this market, I mean, an apartment, a property in Paris, a chalet in the French Alps, a property in the south of France or in Monaco, this will offer three main points: the diversification, seasonal and geographic, the resilience for international demand, and the last thing is scarcity, which is driven by value appreciation. Thank you very much for your attention.
Charles, thank you very much. Just one quick question I wanted to ask you, maybe for my understanding, maybe for the audience. By saying we can do that, we can assist clients in doing these purchases, do you mean that you have a certain expertise in-house, or you rely on certain caliber individuals or independent advisors that you, let's say, invite to be a member of a larger team?
We have an in-house wealth manager. He's based in Paris. And we have also a local advisor, depending on the client profile, to help him to finalize the transaction properly.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Understand. So now let's give the floor to Anton Vinsky from Arthur Asset Management. He will introduce the topic of independent asset management as a class, which, as we think, is gaining momentum right now, to some extent as opposed to traditional banking, to some extent as a new niche. So please, Anton, the floor is yours.
Добрый день. Очень рад снова быть в Ташкенте. Всегда очень приятно видеть здесь такую гостеприимную аудиторию, несмотря на любую погоду. Видеть, как город меняется, и видеть, какая энергия для дальнейшего роста вокруг. Хочу начать с одного вопроса. Как на самом деле зарабатывают крупнейшие инвестиционные фонды мира? И может ли такой же портфель повторить и такой же результат повторить частный инвестор? Меня зовут Антон Винский, я представляю компанию Arthur Asset Management Швейцария. Мы управляем деньгами состоятельных клиентов и family офисов в Швейцарии и по всему миру. Можно кликер? А можно попросить презентацию? Чуть. Предположим, что у нас есть два инвестора, которые 15 лет назад вложили деньги в гипотетических инвесторов. Один вложил все в американские акции и заработал почти $600 тысяч. Отличный результат. Другой вложил в диверсифицированный портфель разных активов. Заработал тоже неплохо, но значительно меньше, 400. Какого инвестора, какой результат предпочли бы вы? Большинство выбирает максимальную доходность. Но максимальная доходность – это выбор одного актива, ставка на один из множества. А диверсифицированный портфель, стратегия аллокации активов – это система, которой придерживаются многие крупнейшие инвестиционные фонды, которые можно повторить. Но может ли это сделать частный инвестор? Давайте посмотрим, что происходило с активами за последние 15 лет. Золото, которое росло безудержно последние 2 года, многие годы отставало и, в общем, приносило убытки своим инвесторам. Китайские акции, крупнейшая экономика мира, быстро растущая. Однако фондовый рынок отстает и совершенно не показывает инвесторам того результата, на который они рассчитывали. Американские акции показали феноменальный результат за последние годы. Но многие считают, что рынок уже достаточно переоценен, и сложно ожидать, что в ближайшие 5-10 лет мы сможем увидеть такие же уровни потрясающей доходности. Что же делать? И есть ли возможность как-то получать стабильный доход? Давайте посмотрим, как работают крупнейшие фонды. Я для примера взял университетские эндаументы. Они публичные, они публикуют огромное количество информации о той системе и стратегии, которой они придерживаются. Эндаумент Ельского университета $44 миллиарда и Гарвардский эндаумент $57 миллиардов. Сколько они зарабатывают в год? 9-10%, не 20, не 30, 9-10. Но зато каждый год на протяжении десятилетий в рамках стабильной системы со стабильным риск-менеджментом. У них в портфеле нет каких-то хитрых и интересных продуктов, которым зачастую банки злоупотребляют в отношениях с частными клиентами. Но зато там очень широкий круг различных инструментов. Это акции как развитых, так и развивающихся рынков. Это облигации, это частные фонды, private equity, private debt, венчурный капитал, криптоактивы. Все это составляет диверсифицированный портфель. Но может ли выходить частный инвестор на такого же рода портфели? На наш взгляд, да. Это тот подход, который мы предлагаем, подход External Asset Management. На наш взгляд, традиционное взаимоотношение, когда клиент приходит в банк, открывает счет, покупает какие-то финансовые продукты, и все, они уже немножко устарели. В современном мире, с практической точки зрения, мы видим это как банк, как важный инструмент, базовый инструмент для инфраструктуры, которая нужна частному клиенту или family office. Если говорить про наших клиентов, обычно, например, это счет в Дубае, там может быть немножко проще, быстрее. Обязательно счет в Швейцарии. Многие считают, что счет в швейцарском банке – это дорого и сложно. Там действительно достаточно глубокий KYC, compliance чек, но это ровно то, с чем мы тоже помогаем клиентам выстраивать весь тот портфолио, который необходимо показывать банку. Зато зачастую по итогу швейцарский счет, если включать все вместе, стоимость активов, цены, издержки на операции, оказывается эффективнее любого другого счета. И это доступ не только через банки, но доступ и к прямым фондам. И это только одна часть. Вот это базовый уровень, это доступ к рынкам, банки, фонды, все остальное. Второй уровень – это, собственно, портфель. Действительно, можно сделать тот же портфель, который есть в Гарварде или в Еле, который содержит разные активы. Это не только привычные акции и облигации. Ну и третья часть, которая не менее важна, это структура, юридическое оформление, налоговое резидентство клиента, вопросы наследства, потому что для семей горизонт планирования таких вещей должен быть десятки, а то может быть и сотни лет, если вы действительно хотите сохранить состояние. Здесь, знаете, есть такая шутка, что состояния не теряются на финансовых рынках, они теряются на налогах на наследство, на наследниках, которые играют в рынке вместо того, чтобы управлять семейным состоянием, и на неправильном расчете ликвидности. В заключение хотел подчеркнуть, что в чем наша идея? Нет никакого кристального шара, супер искусственного интеллекта, который позволит уверенно выбрать тот актив, который будет давать потрясающий доход в следующие годы. Но можно повторить систему, которая годами отрабатывалась в крупнейших инвестиционных фондах мира. Это вполне возможно для любого крупного частного инвестора. И здесь нет никакой магии. Это просто планомерная ежедневная работа, выстраивание этих трех вещей. Банковская инфраструктура, портфель и юридические и налоговые вопросы проработанные. Спасибо за внимание. Буду рад вашим вопросам.
Да, Антон, спасибо большое, действительно интересно. Я, например, был уверен, что повторить инвестиции таких крупных институтов сложнее, потому что у них есть leverage. Но получается, что это тоже достижимо, да, в рамках индивидуальных стратегий.
Конечно, достижимо. На самом деле, все, что они делают, по большей счету, они просто следуют тому, что написано в учебниках. А, к сожалению, частные инвесторы очень часто поддаются не стратегическим соображениям, а скорее каким-то сиюминутным идеям, которые льются из газет, телевизора и всего остального. Это очень сложно планомерно выдерживать одну и ту же стратегию годами, но именно это приносит результат.
Круто, спасибо. Now, I think that we give the floor to Patrick, and then at the end of the session, we'll have maybe a few minutes for the questions from the audience. So, Patrick, please, the floor is yours.
Thank you. So I come now from a very different angle, and I want to take you on a journey, and it's partially my own journey. And I want to give you an outlook of what I think the future looks like when it comes to financial services. I actually have a background in finance. I started in corporate investment banking with an American bank. I was then advising wealth managers in Switzerland by a strategy consulting firm. I did work in private equity, did a lot of structuring of transactions in restricted countries in Africa, but also in Southeast Asia. And then the most recent experience was with a single family office in Zurich, where I did venture capital. So I've seen various aspects of finance. And something that stuck with me is that when we talk about the global economy, there's actually very few regions that are actively participating. And I think and Uzbekistan and Central Asia is certainly such a market that has huge potential, right? And that can be much better embedded if there was an easier way also to exchange value. So one fascination I've always had is the velocity of money, effectiveness of money. And I think the last couple of years we have seen innovation that allows us to create new ways of exchanging value, peer-to-peer. Right. Most people think about digital assets in terms of cryptocurrencies, right? Bitcoin, Ethereum, all these native tokens on blockchains that people have speculated on in the last couple of years. But the space has massively advanced. And I think the digitalization of finance is a general trend that we could observe, right? Be it from the materialization of stocks, right? Nobody holds a physical paper anymore, to the way you do banking. I saw an interesting interview today in a local finance paper then described the number of branches that banks still have in Uzbekistan. So you also observe that it's significantly decreasing. Why? Because people do banking on their mobile phones or on their personal computers. And I think technology has a massive impact on the way we do business, right? As a matter of fact, I was just live translating the nice presentation, and the summary notes are filed in my personal folder. I don't need a personal assistant anymore for this. So technology has a massive impact on the way we do business. And I believe the emergence of digital assets is a major paradigm shift. Now, there's two trends that we observe in our work. And if we can go on the first slide. Yeah, trend number one is what used to be very fragmented camps, traditional financial services and digital assets is converging. We see this in multiple ways, and we see thought leaders in the traditional finance space finally having come around the corner and starting to appreciate the efficiency gains of blockchain per se as a new infrastructure. We see here, most recently, Sergio Motti, the CEO of UBS, making a significant comment at the World Economic Forum in Davos, saying that the future of banking, he believes, is blockchain. It's a major pivot. We see Larry Fink, right? He's now a co-head of the World Economic Forum, and I can tell you they're working actively on a digital asset agenda for the World Economic Forum. Jamie Dimon as well, and many others. And then at the same time, you see an immense professionalization of the virtual asset service providers. The Coinbase, the Kraken, the OKX, Binance, all these players are very innovative in their thinking, and they have gone way beyond buying and selling cryptocurrencies. They offer now payments, they offer cards, some do lending products. So they're really pushing into this traditional financial market. And now what this implies is when these spaces come together, they're going to start to level the playing field. The traditional financial institutions will adapt the technological standards of the new players, and the new players will adopt the regulatory and safety and security standards of the traditional players. But eventually, my projection is that they're going to compete for the same market. And that's something to consider, right? Us personally as a company, we're a fairly young company, but we get paid also a lot in stablecoins. Clients globally pay us in stablecoins around the clock. And that means as a treasury in our company already, we have to use different financial service providers than traditional banks, right? So the needs also of your clientele are changing, be it now businesses or individuals. Now, the second trend, and it really propels the first one, is something that we have seen more recently, is the emergence of agentic economic actors. So the question you have to ask yourself as a financial service provider is really, who is your client of the future, right? Is it still Patrick, or is it agents acting on behalf of Patrick? And that fundamentally changes the way you interact with your clients and also what kind of surface you actually provide to them. Now, we see a massive uptick in activity by agents that are using wallets instead of bank accounts to transact. Some of the virtual asset service providers, again, Coinbase, OKX, they started offering their own protocols for IP to IP transactions. And we see significant upticks there, again, in volume. Now, we have also seen first M&A activities, right? That traditional financial service providers like the Visa, MasterCard, etc., started buying into this exposure by M&A or venture capital. The implications are severe, both for the client, but also the institutions that are providing financial services. Fundamentally, when the underlying infrastructure changes, the way you do compliance, the way you do AML checks, the way you provide operational resilience, incident response, aftercare, suspicion transaction reporting, everything is different than on the traditional banking rails. And that is challenging, including for those who are supposed to protect us, law enforcement, right? But also is an opportunity. And the opportunity is the velocity of money going massively up, being able to trade and exchange value 24/7, being able to exchange value also at microscopic levels, like sub a US dollar cent, creating a microeconomy. We're already exchanging data every day, right? You're using a GPS in your car. You are made to use APIs, right? You're exchanging data permanently already. But the economic system so far hasn't allowed us to price such a small value. This is why Google and other internet service providers have a business model of aggregating data. They do it by marketing typically, and then kind of pricing it in bulk. But now you have all of a sudden a tool that allows you to get very, very small, and you can price something of a microeconomic of a micro value that can be exchanged instantaneously. I think this is going to be a very important enabler for autonomous driving, Internet of Things, but also robots, humanoid robots, as we have seen more recently. Very nice demonstrations from all of China, etc. Now, what does all this world mean? There will be new ways of providing risk management, of protecting the assets of your clients, but also for you as a client to demonstrate, what is the source of your wealth? What is the origin of this wealth? Because if you bring money or funding to your bank and the origins are partially or even largely out of digital assets, the bank traditionally has no means to verify and document it in a way that withstands the regulatory obligations. So that's what we as a company specialize in. We do on-chain forensics or intelligence, if you want so. And you can use this engine for multiple purposes. We work with individual clients who want to become bankable for their assets, but the wealth has been generated from digital assets. We work with financial institutions that are servicing such clients and documenting source of funds and hence due diligence reports. We also are the single incident response provider to large crypto exchanges, including Coinbase in the United States. So whenever they have their clients face problems, get hacked, scammed, etc., we are the party that orchestrates the freezing and recovery efforts. But all this shows me there's a whole new world emerging of different stakeholders that many from the traditional space are not very familiar with. But again, if we follow the first trend, eventually we believe they're all going to compete for the same market. And we're not going to talk about traditional finance and digital finance. We're going to talk about finance, right? And I think it's worthwhile starting to, look into what this world has for you, be it now as a company that provides services or as a customer. Now, I'm actually here in Tashkent because of the invite of a private bank. Is a private bank from Uzbekistan that is very forward thinking when it comes to digital assets. And the discussions we're having there are specifically around how to assess the risk of funds that are coming originating from digital assets. But also maybe there's opportunities for services to their clients of very efficient gateways, for example, into markets and currencies that their clients often go into to get better, pricing, FX, faster settlement, etc. All these characteristics of the blockchain that we have all praised for years are now slowly materializing. And I think stable coins were the major use case that unlocked all of this. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Patrick. You gave an excellent perspective as to the future, and this future is happening already now. And it's stunning to see the contrast. Charles was speaking about real estate transactions in southern France, which take up to 2 to 3 months to complete. You were speaking about transactions which happen as a matter of milliseconds. So the blockchain is creating a whole new era of digital, let's say, transactions. Also for lawyers, not to underestimate, because the blockchain contracts will also be enforceable. And the thing is, when we first announced the forum we are attending today, there was an interesting comment from one of my readers on LinkedIn. It's a lady I respect a lot. She comes from the region, and she said, yeah, maybe it's an interesting idea, but the thing is that private wealth here is used to be non-transparent. And that's clearly obvious. I mean, we don't have to second that. I mean, we don't have to question that. But at the same time, there is no contradiction between intransparency in a way and compliance, because the clients, they want to remain confidential. And in order to become bankable, they have to be transparent vis-a-vis the bank. So if the bank is the recipient, if the financial institution, asset manager gets comfort with the client, and there is no public register of beneficiaries, that's fine. So the client becomes happy for achieving the result of being bankable, and he remains not visible for the larger audience. So I think that there is no such contrast. And actually, the market here is already ripe enough, both for traditional investments, both for those jurisdictions which are bulletproof, if I may use this word, like Monaco or Switzerland, and also for the digital world. As Patrick rightfully said, there are a lot of things going on. And to move funds nowadays, you don't necessarily have to have a bank account. You can move crypto funds. So it's been an interesting panel. Thank you very much, all my panelists. And I think we now have like 2-3 minutes for questions from the audience. So let's limit that for 2 or 3 questions, okay? Yes, there is a hand on the left side, please.
Hello, my name is Shahzoda. I lead a boutique law firm, and also we have protection for family business, and that's why, taking into account the AI, artificial intelligence impact on law, I would like to ask, do you have in your practice, or did you had in your practice some kind of practice that you have protected tokenized assets?
Maybe that's a question for Patrick. No?
Look, I can tell you this. I was predicting for the market that we have today already in 2020. It took much longer than expected. But today, every traditional player, even in Zurich, the big banks, works on this. everyone is trying to wrap their head around of how this is going to end up. They're doing experiments and testing and pilots, and they're trying to, work with the regulator, etc. There's still an element of figuring it out, right? But there's a strong conviction, and I try to display this with the comments from these thought leaders. They are aligning now on the vision what's eventually going to happen. I have seen a lot of different tokenization projects, from real estate to art to classic car collections. For me, this is still piloting, I have to say, right? Many people are not fully aware yet of all the elements that are an integral part of us investing, like from checking where funds come from, right? If they're legitimate, to what actually happens if I lose that token that gives me the ownership right too. These are largely unsolved questions, and I can tell you this, on the law enforcement side, is very sobering. So if you lose assets, where do you go? You go typically to police and report, right? But I tell you, the support and the understanding is extremely limited. And this is why there's an opportunity for private companies like ours. But still, having said all this, the direction is clear and the point of no return has passed, in my opinion. There's no way. The second trend I mentioned is something that we completely underestimate. Technology is now developing exponentially. In our own team, we are using agents as team members. For certain activities, we're not hiring anymore, right? The way we also develop our own software internally, everything changes. And I think this has aspects for finance, for legal. Everyone is trying to figure out what's going to happen. But that a massive change is happening. I think this we all agree on.
Thank you for your answer.
Thank you very much. I think we are run out of time now because we have to give floor to the next panel. And I'm not sure whether I have to tell who is being chaired or... Okay, Atabek will do that for me. Thank you very much again, panelists and the audience. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Evgeny. Thank you very much, dear panelists, for this insightful panel. First of all, for coming to Uzbekistan and bringing this topic, interesting topic of wealth management and private banking to our Uzbek and international audience. It's a great pleasure to have you here. And I'm pleased now to invite Mr. Martin Anderson, Associate Director at Charles Monat, with the next panel called Wealth Planning and Asset Management. I just wanted to remind everyone that since our conference is bilingual, we have live translation, and you can take these headsets on the back. There are plenty of them. So yes, Evgeny, please, you can invite the panelists. Thank you.
First, I'd like to invite Rosa. Is it on? Can you hear me? First, I would like to invite Rosa Gazizova. Evgeny Veditov. And Akrom, I won't even try to pronounce the surname. Great. If we could, we will try to keep this a little bit shorter. I think it will be a little bit tiring if we run the full time, so we'll try to condense it down a bit for you. If we could start maybe just switching over to the presentation quickly. We can skip past me, that's completely fine. Well, okay. We'll work anyway through it. Briefly, what we do at my company here at Charles Monat is that we try to make sure that we create a lasting family legacy for our clients. What that effectively means is that we try to ensure that the common trappings that would usually happen where wealth is lost from one generation to another doesn't happen. That instead, each generation becomes wealthier, more stable. If we go to the next slide. Thank you. As most of you probably know, the challenge is that generationally, we have the first generation build, second maintained, by the third one is lost. To put it briefly, we have a working solution that has been used across roughly 90 countries around the world, which is fairly simple. We combine the use of a trust together with a high death benefit life insurance product to ensure that there's liquidity to support the family. This means that this allows the family to control the spending habits, to control how much money is earned, as well as protecting the assets. If we go to the next slide. A very common situation that we come across is that as generations pass on the business from one generation to another, one of the children in the family is more active than the other. Very often you want to leave the business with that person, but you still want to compensate the other child. How do you do that without splitting up the business, without fragmenting the business? Once again, a very common solution here is something that we would call a buy-sell agreement or a key man insurance policy to protect the business. Now, moving on to the last slide. There we go. As well as what happens if we build a business together with someone and that person dies. Perhaps we don't want to continue building that business with the heirs of our business partner. How can we work around that, that we still compensate that family for the work that their family member put in? Once again, very easy outcome here is an insurance policy that pays out on death. We transfer shares for liquid assets, and it's a done deal. As I said, in the interest here of moving things along, I'd like to pass on here to my colleague to the next presentation before we jump into the actual. So if we could go to Rosa next.
Sorry, may I please ask to open my presentation? Okay, so yeah, next slide probably. Yes. Or maybe I should have a clicker, no? Yeah, I would like to have a clicker. Okay, so today we are here to discuss legacy and also to talk about how to protect and how to preserve wealth, the wealth that can exist across generations. And actually, this is a very good starting point for our discussion in Uzbekistan. And in Uzbekistan, well, in Central Asia, and particularly in Uzbekistan, as you may know, most of the wealth still is created by the business. And that's why I think that before we talk about protecting and preserving wealth, we should probably ask different fundamental question. And the question is, what makes a business strong enough to become a legacy asset? Because not every successful business can become a legacy. Some businesses can earn profits, but they cannot scale. Some businesses can scale, but they can be still fragile. And some businesses can still attract capital, but they cannot remain it and they cannot still maintain it. So those are the thoughts that I wanted basically to share with the respective audience today. But before that, I would like to introduce you my company, Sogd Advisory. Sogd Advisory was founded in Uzbekistan in 2020. We are the team of highly professional experts coming formerly from Big Four and also working in such roles as CFO, CMO, CIO, CTO in multinational companies throughout the world. So we work with businesses that are already successful, but the challenge that they have is becoming investable. The challenge is not the growth, the challenge is the structure. And throughout all the services that we serve, we see the pattern. And the pattern is that it is the capital that follows the companies that operate as a system. Let's move on, please. Next slide, please. So, and we see today that the current narrative in the region and also in Uzbekistan is that investment drives the growth. And yes, if you see the titles, you will definitely read the news about raising funds, about developing infrastructure, about venture capitalists, and about private equities. But the real question, I think, should be asked like not how to raise capital, but actually how to maintain and how to scale it. I really need a clicker so that to follow the presentation.
I think maybe it was promoted.
Or maybe someone can help me. No? No. Okay, so then let's, yeah. So basically, next one, please. So the question is, what makes capital stay and scale? And opportunity brings capital, but it's management who ensures that capital survives. And investors usually are not looking for the growth. What investors are looking for is stability, risk visibility, and transparency. Let's move on. Okay. And so the capital does not create systems. Capital follows systems. And actually, there is a belief that as long as the capital is raised, the chaos in the company will be resolved, but it is not like that. So capital will not clear the chaos. Capital avoids chaos. Capital will not introduce the discipline in the company. Capital awards discipline. So, and capital actually, so the main question also that should be discussed is that what the investors, the capital is looking for transparency and governance. Next, please. Next, please. So what I see today in the region is undergoing the transition. And the Central Asia has already passed the founder-driven phase. The founder-driven phase was basically driven by intuition, by founder energy, and by the speed. But today, the companies are asking different questions. They are asking questions like how to maintain control while scaling, how to attract institutional investors, and how to create value in the business. So now what I see, the companies are transitioning from entrepreneurial economy into the institutional economy, which should be driven by systems and analytics, by institutional structure and long-term value creation. Next, please. So this is what I call the institutional maturity framework. And I created this framework for the companies that might be located in any of this framework. And probably if there are businesses, private companies, they might see themselves in one of those levels. So the first level, as I define it, is founder-driven. It's the business which is driven by intuition and by the founder. The next level is structured. It's when the company already employs some systems and there is some operational management is in place. Then we have managed and institutional level. It's where companies have strategies, have KPIs, and they have introduced governance and financial transparency. And the fifth level is investable. It's when the companies are investable. And basically, luckily, we are having in the regions such examples like Korzinka, TBC, Uzum. Yes, next please. And actually, this is not just unique for Central Asia. We see the same pattern globally. And here, I just wanted to provide you global evidence. And this, you see the evidence from IFC, OECD, McKinsey. IFC says that companies with consistent governance improvement show 20% higher performance. OECD research shows that the stronger governance lowers the cost of capital and improves access to financing. McKinsey says that investors pay valuation premium for well-governed companies, especially in emerging markets. Next, please. So the main, next, please. So the main message, yeah. No. So the main, okay, so the main message should be that the next economic leap in Central Asia will not be triggered by investment volume. It will be triggered by management quality. And it is the entrepreneurial energy that is creating business, but it is managerial maturity that creates value. And when these both come together, business becomes an asset, and asset attracts capital, and capital can scale the systems. So, and when business becomes institutional, only then we can talk about preserving business and protecting business as our asset and as our wealth. So I assume and I believe we will be talking next about that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me? Yes, you can. Thank you, Rosa. Thank you as well, everyone, for participating here in our little Sherlock Holmes project and trying to find the missing clicker. Finally, it was found. Thank you for your participation. Yevgeny, would you like to continue? Хотите? No person. Yes. Okay. Akram?
Akram, it's you.
Take all the time. Dear colleagues, dear friends, my name is Akram. I represent Henley & Partners. Henley & Partners is considered the global leader in resident citizenship planning. We're based here in the region. I'm the head of office. I see my colleague sitting right there, Jalal. First of all, before I start my presentation, I wanted to thank the Chorus team, specifically Timur here, for organizing this event. I think it's the first time when we see the industry colleagues sitting in one row, because here you have an advantage of getting the tax services and wealth management and the compliance and risk and residence by investment all in one place. So far in Uzbekistan, I don't think we had that advantage. And the reason and the fact that we are here together, it means that the market is developing, the presence is increasing, and there are clients and people seeking all of our services. So thanks a lot. Kudos to the Chorus team. Now, my presentation will focus on wealth preservation, residence citizenship by investment planning. What I want to focus today, if the clicker works, I don't think it works. Okay, yeah, can we go? Yes. So what I want to talk about is, why do successful, or shall we say wealthy individuals, choose alternative residence and citizenship? What are the leading programs currently, according to our practice? I will present the findings of our wealth migration report. The question is, where is wealth moving around the world? And also, what are the risk factors that wealthy individuals take into account when capital moves? Quickly about Henley & Partners. Henley is a global company. What we do is we advise private individuals on residence and citizenship planning through investment migration programs. We also have education services. We also help individuals to purchase real estate, and we have concierge services. We have offices in 50 countries, over 70 offices. And in the next slide, you will see that there will be a map, and you'll see also the dot for in Eurasia, which is Tashkent office. We're very proud. We're actually present here for 4 years now. Our government advisory services, we advise governments on how to set up investment migration programs so that wealthy individuals follow and invest in how to make countries more attractive so that wealthy individuals invest. And over our, I think 2 decades of working, we attracted 15 billion US dollars. Now, next slide, you will see our, oh, this is not moving very fast. Our map. Here's our map, our 70 offices worldwide. There is a dot in the whole Eurasia continent. That's us in Tashkent. The fastest growing market for Handley & Partners is North America now, United States, actually. Next slide. Why do people acquire alternative residence? What are the push factors? And the push factors is quality of life, security, education, tax administration. People want to move freely. There is a lot of instability around the world. They don't want to be restricted by their main travel document. It can be COVID, it can be wars, it can be closure of borders, all sorts of things. And for that eventuality, to hedge that risk, you acquire alternative residence, which gives you and your family additional benefits in terms of banking, education, lifestyle, travel, etc. Reasons for acquiring alternative citizenship is usually residence is temporary, citizenship is permanent. You can pass it through generations. Unless you do something very silly, it stays with you forever. It gives you more independence. You're not restricted by your main citizenship. It gives you far greater mobility and a lot more opportunities business-wise. So next slide. I think I have more on citizenship. Yeah, it gives you improved physical, personal security. Sometimes it's about retirement. Every family chooses their product based on their personal preferences. And usually we discuss for a long time before we come up with a certain solution. Next slide, please. These are the leading residence and citizenship programs worldwide. In Europe, we mainly have residence by investment. In the Caribbean, we have citizenship by investment. And there are various other programs on residence by investment around the world. If I move on wealth migration and actually where high net worth individuals are moving around the world, this is data from 2025. Later in April, we'll have data from 2026. It's very interesting. More than 140,000 millionaires moved in 2020. The biggest inflow was in United Arab Emirates, specifically in Dubai. And in Europe, also the biggest millionaire hub was Montenegro. Here, I hope you see, you don't see, but basically from 2013, when we have only 51,000 millionaires on the move, in 2025, we see that it's 142,000. In 2026, we expect 165,000 millionaires to be on the move. So capital moves. When capital moves, people hedge risk and they diversify any risk that they may encounter in the future, depending on some kind of external factors that they can anticipate, even if they cannot predict. What are the top 10 countries gaining millionaires in 2025? United States, 7,500 millionaires. UK, minus 16,500 millionaires. That's because of the non-dom principle was removed, and that's because of the Brexit. A lot of UK millionaires are moving to continental Europe. United Arab Emirates, 9,500 millionaires plus. China, minus 7,800 millionaires plus, minus. And you see also India in minus, Italy, Portugal, gaining millionaires, Saudi Arabia gaining millionaires, Canada plus 1,000, Russia minus 1,500. And you can expect 2026 figures on Handley & Partners website later this month. Can we go next? What are the top 10 countries for millionaire inflows in 2025? I mentioned already it's United Arab Emirates for 2025. Because of the regional instability now in Middle East, we do expect that there will be changes in these figures for United Arab Emirates. Still, you see the countries with the most stable legal framework like US, Italy, Switzerland, Singapore, Portugal gaining millionaires. And later in the slides, I will show you the countries with the least or where the outflows are and why. We see the convergence of gaining millionaires and the programs. There is a direct correlation between having a residence or citizenship by investment program and attracting millionaires from around the world. Greece, Arab Emirates, Italy, US EB5, Swiss residence, Portuguese golden visa program, and like that. Yeah. Some other countries that were also gaining millionaires: Hong Kong, Japan, Malta on the left side. You see European countries on the right side. These are the outflows: UK minus 16,000, China minus 7,800. People are diversifying their investment portfolio, but also diversifying their residence portfolio in terms of hedging risk, not to have all in one jurisdiction. I think Oybek mentioned in the beginning that hedging risk is important. And then Yevgeny was mentioning that one family was handling 13 jurisdictions. So this is when colleagues refer to us and say that somebody needs residence or citizenship in a particular jurisdiction. These are the historic migration flows in key countries. You see that the UK was losing for a number of years now. Same for China. United States gaining, United Arab Emirates gaining. And there is a reason behind every single outflow, inflow, obviously. Okay, can we move next? It's not clicking. Yeah, UK leads the net millionaire outflow. Some other countries that are also seeing the outflow with a bit less figures. Yeah, these are the world's fastest wealth markets, as we call them. So sort of wealth hubs that are attracting a lot of wealthy individuals for various reasons: lifestyle, tax administration, security, closure to the sea, medical services, retirement places, etc., etc. Well, these are the top wealthiest countries in the United States, China, meaning the biggest hubs for the billionaires around the world. And these are the top and risk hotspots. Oh, I cannot. So what is the usual sort of push factors for people to go on the move? Usually it's inflation risk, currency volatility, political instability, legal regulatory risk, and physical climate risk. When people gain certain level of capital, they really do want to take care of their lifestyle and preserve the capital for future generation. This makes them think about how to diversify and preserve capital. And we also have in Handley & Partners the special report on risk and resilience indicators for various countries. You can also download it online. And there we list what factors make certain countries more resilient and more countries more attractive and less attractive. Here, the bottom 10 countries in the Global Investment Risk and Resilience Index, you can see there's Egypt, Mali, Ethiopia, Burundi, Chad. And in the report, we outline what they need to work on to preserve wealth and capital. These are the top 10 countries around the world in terms of resilience index. You see Switzerland, Denmark, Norway, Singapore. These are also the same countries that are the biggest attracting points, hubs for high net worth individuals around the world. That's my presentation. We are here to also ask to respond to questions and answers during the coffee break. I will not take any more of your time. I'll pass the floor to Evgeny. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Evgeny Vindictov. I'm tax director in PwC Uzbekistan. Tashkent office of PwC operates since 1996 and currently has about 200 professionals in all core business areas, audit, consulting, tax and legal, closely collaborating with our colleagues from other countries in the region and across the globe. So first of all, thank you for joining this event. It's nice to see so many people interested in the private wealth. Yes, could you please open my presentation? Yeah, thank you. So today I would like to talk about key tax issues which arise when Uzbek residents structure their wealth abroad. So in past few years, we have seen significant changes in tax legislation, as well as increasing capabilities of the tax authorities, which constantly learning, collaborating again with tax administrations in other countries, and we see always new and more complex issues which arise. Yes, so we will go through a few concepts which I introduced quite recently in the legislation, and we believe that when we talk about wealth, we could not discuss it in isolation from the business. So usually all private decisions are driven by the business business considerations. So first point in the presentation is tax residency. I think most of people in the audience know about personal tax residency, yes, how it is determined, how it could change, about 183 days in a calendar year, permanent stay, etc. And you know, actually, companies are also not fixed with their tax residency, and starting from 2022, we have a change in the tax code that, sorry, but yes, but companies could also be considered Uzbek tax residency if their management is done from Uzbekistan. So we actually see many examples when Uzbek-based groups have foreign holdings registered abroad, but managed from Uzbekistan, yes, from the strategic decisions to daily management. And actually this could be considered as a tax residency in Uzbekistan, which means that the company will be subject to all taxes, rates, deadlines, and requirements applicable to the local companies. I think this topic is not crystallized yet in our practice, but it could be. Actually, for example, the transfer pricing rules are also were dormant for more than 3 years, but starting from this year, the tax authorities started to challenge the transfer pricing in Uzbek taxpayers. And what is also important when some foreign jurisdictions introduced the substance criteria for their residency to prevent some artificial use of double tax treaties. And we also have seen that even the largest private companies from Uzbekistan are struggling with receiving tax residency certificates in those countries. So this topic became more and more important. The next concept is beneficial ownership. This rule also introduced in the new version of tax code, but actually it was provided in most double tax treaties for long years before. So it says that if the beneficial owner of the income is not the direct recipient, then the reduced rates should be applied considering who is the beneficial owner. Yes, so such criteria like have this person have a right to decide if it takes some risk, if it is independent in their decision should be taken. And actually, these rules are not only source of risk and headache, it is also an opportunity. For example, if the beneficial owner is Uzbek tax residents and individual, the company may apply so-called look-through approach. So apply the 5% withholding tax rate on the dividends and solve many problems which may arise during the further dividend distribution. And the last concept is controlled foreign companies. It is a set of rules also applicable in many countries, and starting 2022, they are working in Uzbekistan also, sorry. Yes, so you can see if any foreign entity is controlled by Uzbek resident, if the Uzbek resident hold 25% of capital, or if it hold 10% and jointly Uzbek residents hold more than 50%, as well as with respect to foreign structures without legal personality, such as funds, trusts, some contractual arrangements, it could be considered controlled foreign companies, and undistributed profits of the CFC is subject to taxation in Uzbekistan. So the rules are quite strict, and there are quite limited room for exemptions. And in this slide, you can see how the rules are generally working. So within the financial year, for example, 2026, profit generated could be distributed in this year, or the next year is also given for distribution of profit. Yes, and if after the end of the next financial year there is undistributed profit, it will be subject to CFC rules. So if you have Uzbek resident, it will be subject to 12% personal income tax. Yes. So what company can do in this situation? You remember we discussed the look-through approach. So during the financial year, the company may apply look-through approach and withhold 5%, and in this case, the profits will be exempted from further taxation. Within the next year, a company may distribute dividends, and again, it will be subject to 5% instead of 12%. And if nothing was done within these 2 years, it will be subject to 12% VHT as CFC profit, and even and when the dividends will be eventually distributed, it again will be subject to 5% VHT as dividends. With respect to trusts and foundations, they are also covered by by these rules. And in the next slide, yes, we have, sorry. Yes, we have a few examples when a structure could be considered CFC and when not. So in the left side, if the founder still have a right to make some decisions, yes, to receive income and make some involvement in management, it could be considered CFC, and this rule will probably apply. In the right side, you can see a situation when there is a management company who takes most powers, and the founder is actually limited with his involvement. And in this case, there are grounds to say that CFC rules should not apply. Yes, and again, this difference should be provided both in the documents, yes, to formally meet the requirements, as well as in the behavior of the parties involved. And in the last slide, we have shown a few scenarios of how the tax burden should be considered at all levels. Yes, at the level of assets, for example, in Uzbekistan, at the level of the fund, and at the level of beneficiaries. So depending on the structure, the form of the vehicle, and the actions which can be taken, for example, timely payment of difference, application of look-through approach, etc. In those two cases, the total tax burden could be significantly different. So yeah, it was the last slide. We can discuss any questions which you have. I can share presentation, yes, after this event, and yeah, ready to discuss your questions. Thank you.
Hear me? Yeah. It is because we have some time constraints. I will suggest that you find our lovely speakers out there. Ask any questions you might have personally. Thank you all for participating and joining here, and thank you all for listening.
Dear speakers, dear panelists, thank you very much. I think we can now make some slight change to our agenda. We would like to move the coffee break a bit earlier because so you would like to cheer up and maybe wake up in some cases, yeah. And yes, and I just want to remind you to come back to. We will have 3 more interesting sessions, and after that we will have a dinner reception for all of you. Please stay with us, and welcome to the coffee break. Thank you.
Test, test, test. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Test, test. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Test, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Test. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Kelyaptimi? Agar past bo'lsa yana ko'taraman.
Men bu yoqdan ko'tarib turaman.
Yes.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, we continue our conference, and now we start with our panel called Reputation Protection and Strategic Communications. And I'm giving the floor to the moderator of this session, Mr. Will Crawford, founding partner at Argyle Strategies. Will, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you very much for joining us. It's a pleasure to be here, and thank you also to Euros and Chorus for organizing the event. I hope everyone is energized after a coffee and some food. We're excited to talk about this fascinating topic, which actually blends together very well the conversations that have come before. So when we talk about reputation today, we're not talking about anything abstract or intangible. Currently, when it comes to being able to do business, reputation is one of the most valuable and one of the most vulnerable assets that any business or any individual has. In a world shaped by social media and informed by ever-growing tracts of data, reputations can be formed, tested, and surfaced instantly. And once it's gone, it's very, very hard to win back. For this audience in particular, I think reputation is directly tied to enterprise value, access to capital, and personal legacy. And what's changed is the environment around reputation and how it works. We now operate in a world where data is growing and becoming a lot more accessible. Narratives are forming faster and ballooning before you can even counter them with your own facts. And regulatory scrutiny and geopolitical dynamics play a direct role in how companies can operate. So the question is not whether you manage your reputation, but it's how systematically and proactively you do it. And that's what we're here to explore today. So I'm joined by three experts who each come at the subject from a different but very complementary angle. So we have Tatiana Kostyuk, who specializes in understanding data and how it's collected and traded. We've got James Taylor next to me, who advises on protecting reputations and the legacies of high net worth individuals. And Pavel Melnikov, who works at the intersection of public affairs, regulatory risks, and strategic communications. In the first instance, I'll just say a few words just to set the scene before diving into the topics for each speaker. So my name is Will Crawford. I'm the founder of Argyle Strategy, which is and we founded the company purely to work specifically in this area. So we work at the confluence between reputation and data. We provide intelligence and conduct investigations and advise on communications to companies and individuals around the world to help them navigate this precise area. We're based in London. We have a number of staff there and also a small number of staff in Washington, DC. When we're talking about the last sort of 10 years, I suppose, in which reputation has changed, there are several major points that have evolved how people deal with their own reputation. The most obvious, and I think probably the most at the forefront of everyone's minds, is the arrival of AI. The whole reputation management and perception industry, media industry, has changed significantly with AI. Now, where data previously was available maybe, but in different pockets, there were different areas where you could find certain specific types of data, whether that was corporate data, reputational data from the media, or personal data. Now AI has synthesized it and allowed people to access it much faster, much clearer, and with a data-driven analytical capability that helps support their own decision-making. This has completely changed the way in which data is seen and can be used. And I know Tatiana will be touching on this in a bit more detail in her presentation. This has a corresponding impact on visibility of subjects. So companies, individuals, their whole reputation, their position is both discoverable, but also can be criticized or analyzed immediately. It's not the sort of, we don't have now a situation where you have to engage in order to build your reputation. Your reputation already precedes you. And when your information changes, or the information about the company or this individual changes, then so does their visibility. The number of times I've heard clients say to us, well, look, I'm not really interested in media. I just really want to just get on with my business and just get on underway. I can't count how many times that's happened. I'm a very private individual. I want to remain under the radar. Yes, that's totally a strategy that can work, but it's a strategy that's becoming increasingly challenged as both financial counterparties, investors, commercial counterparties all become much more aware, not just of the risks of dealing with individuals or companies that are unknown, but also in terms of protecting their own position. So now we're in a situation where risks can appear in many different forms. We have the geopolitical risks of sanctions, for instance. We have corporate risks around counterparty risks and corruption issues, for instance. And we also have personal risk, and this is not one to be underestimated. I think we have all seen the deluge of activity that the Epstein files have created, where simply contacting an individual on a private basis by email has been enough for major international commercial figures to lose their jobs and really damage their legacy. And this is not a new issue. Epstein has been going for 5 years-ish, longer, and people have not taken those proactive steps to manage their own reputation and get ahead of this issue. So that's really what we're here today, is to understand how we use data as a foundation and analyze that to develop visibility, which then leads to controlling a narrative in a proactive manner and leading that onto regulatory and business enabling factors that can help businesses and individuals from emerging markets, not only, but in international markets as well, to develop their own reputation and enable themselves to do business. So in the first instance, we're going to have our first presentation, and we're going to start at the bottom, which is the foundational layer of data, which is where Tatiana will step in.
Thank you, Will. Good afternoon, everyone. Today, I'm really happy to present, as to my opinion, the most important topic, but I guess everyone thinks that their topic is the most important. So first of all, I would like to represent myself. My name is Tatiana Kostyuk. I work as an associate in Chorus firm. But today I'm going to represent the Prosperity Circle Family Office, which is basically the project of Chorus. It's the company incorporated in Switzerland, in Zurich, as well as Chorus. We are a multi-family office. We're not a bank. We do not sell products. We are an independent advisory firm that works exclusively in the interests of families and entrepreneurs we serve. So we design and implement international structures such as trusts, foundations, special purpose vehicles, holding companies, and our primary platforms are Switzerland, Luxembourg, Cyprus, Singapore, the UK, the Caribbean, and Monaco. Being based in Zurich gives our clients the access to the deepest ecosystem of private banking and legal expertise in the world. So now let's start with my topic, understanding data brokers, data collection and use. So over the past decades, we've seen a significant increase in the in global regulations in the areas of anti-money laundering, anti-corruption, counter-terrorist financing, and sanction compliance. To meet these requirements, banks, lawyers, auditors, insurance companies, international corporations are required to conduct an enhanced due diligence on clients and counterparties. And for these purposes, the specialized databases exist, and they are widely used nowadays. They contain information on politically exposed persons, sanctions, litigation, corporate structures, other financial risks. Those databases began to develop in the beginning of 21st century, and today they play a crucial role in international compliance system, enabling organization to identify and mitigate risks, to comply with the regulations such as OFAC, FATF, GDPR, and to prevent reputational and legal consequences. What is important to mention is that while these databases have different focus and methods, they all serve the same purpose to ensuring the transparency and trust in today's global environment. However, on the other hand, as these databases rely heavily on publicly available information, so as you may understand that it not always correct, it can be outdated, and it can have a defamatory character, which as a result the individual can face a lot of risks. And being flagged in these databases, even though without any legal conviction, can lead to huge consequences for the individuals, starting from closing bank accounts, freezing transactions, to challenging the attracting investments and closing deals. Can you switch, please? Yeah, and the next one also. Yeah. Thank you. So the databases that I'm talking about, you can see now on the screen. These are 5 most common and widely used databases. I believe a lot of you are aware of them. So WorldCheck, LexisNexis, Dow Jones, Dun & Bradstreet, Bloomberg. The first 3, WorldCheck, LexisNexis, Dow Jones, they are mostly focused on individuals. These databases contain information on politically exposed persons, individuals linked to sanctions, to bribes, corruption, sanctions, criminal charges, etc. The other 2, Bloomberg and Dun & Bradstreet, they cover mostly legal entities. So meaning that they include information on corporate data, corporate structures, UBOs, directorship, ownership, etc. But all of them, they are created to help banks to meet AML and KYC requirements. As I've already mentioned, these databases, they have the same purpose, but they have different focus and different methods. So I would like to share with you just shortly one case that we have experienced. about our one Ukrainian client. So according to the Ministry of Internal Affairs, our client was listed as wanted under the charges of creating criminal organization and embezzlement. And of course, this information was used and indicated in these databases, in his profile, which consequently led to a lot of troubles for our client. The issue is that there was a court decision that made this wanted status as no longer legal. However, authorities in Ukraine, they just ignored the court decision and they didn't want to remove our client from the wanted list. So we prepared a request to LexisNexis and WorldCheck to remove the wanted list. We explained all the situation. We had all the evidence that proved that our client is it's no longer accurate information. And at the end, WorldCheck refused to delete this information as it was publicly available information. And we were informed that as long this wanted list is still available in the website on the Ministry of Affairs, they are not going to delete it. So they, what is good is that they added a note saying that there was a court decision that our client is no more that it's no longer legal. And while at the same time, the LexisNexis accepted our arguments and deleted the wanted list. So you can see that it can be the same information provided in these databases, but they are so different, and their methods are really extremely different from each other. So what I wanted also to mention that under the General Data Protection Regulation, all individuals have the right to access their information, to correct their information, and in some cases to delete all the profiles. There are institutions who do subscription, pay annual fees. Also, the fees depends on the size of the institution, the amount of data users, and the amount of data required. So to sum up, I would say that these databases play now a key role in strengthening transparency and trust in today's global environment. They do help financial institutions to identify risks and meet KYC requirements. However, at the same time, it is important to recognize that these tools are not without impact for individuals. If information is inaccurate, outdated, taken out of context, it can really harm them. It can really harm their reputation and at the consequences limit business opportunities and also challenge the relationship with banks. Ultimately, the reputational protection is all about balance, ensuring transparency and security, as well as safeguarding the rights and dignity of individuals. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Tatiana. I think it's a fundamental point for reputation is how this data is managed and dealt with. And we had a client last week who had a compliance query raised on his name by a bank that he'd been working with for 15 years. So this shows that it's not just a sort of onboarding matter. This is a matter that is continuous, and the AI tools now that allow these banks to monitor these risks are a constant threat to banking relationships. But also, there are opportunities to explain and engage with them as well, as Tatiana pointed out. Now, next, we'll be having James speaking to us about what strategies individuals in particular can take to secure their own sort of personal reputation, but also to try and prevent or lessen the impact of some of these negative data points.
Thanks, Will, and thank you to the organisers today for putting on a great event. And I think like what's been said before, everything fits quite well in terms of compliance, data. It all feeds into this this broader picture that I think we're trying to paint here today, and especially on this panel. So I'm James. I'm an account director at Montfort Eurasia. So we're a strategic communications, PR, and campaigns firm. We've been operating in Tashkent for 3 years now, and this is exactly the juncture that we've been sitting in at this particular point. So we'll work alongside legal counsel, we'll work alongside intelligence specialists, and we'll work alongside all the different actors that play a role in managing key decisions and ensuring that intelligence, messaging, and narrative gets into the right channels and is heard by the right people at the right moment, because this impacts material outcomes, as has already been said. And building on the presentation that's just happened, data doesn't just sit inert. As we've seen, it's very much involved in the compliance checking. It's something a counterparty can find, a hostile actor. It can impact a dispute, and it can have a material impact long after the incident itself. Move on to the presentation. So first of all, we'll go over the threat environment, especially for ultra high net worth individuals and private wealth. I think we've already touched on it, but the biggest change we've seen over the past 3 years is that AI shift. I mean, we're not the only industry that's experienced this, but it's impacted the work we do in a very, very material way. AI tools are now used in DD checking and compliance databases. It's actively used by journalists, by banks, by hostile actors, by research individuals. So how you appear, how your client appears on these tools, and there's a range of tools, and they're becoming increasingly specialized and sophisticated. It is key, and this can be changed, it can be molded, and it does have a material impact. And also the response window is very, very short. That's the second point. In Uzbekistan in particular, I think we'll situate this in a CIS and Uzbek context. It's a very different landscape to the Western media landscape, but that obviously plays an overlayer, but the sort of state underlayer. The press landscape's evolving massively, and it does feed into those AI pipelines and learning channels and algorithms. That's where we sit as well. Those personal relationships play an enormously important role in managing stories, whether it's pay to play or an organic placement. Different actors, different media have different channels, and I think that's one of the key things that will come out from this talk. Social media as well may not seem that important, may seem like a bit of a nebulous side thing, but actually these also feed the pipelines, and especially in Uzbekistan, I think there's an 82% penetration rate for Telegram across the country. So ensuring that your messaging, your narrative, your broader reputation is sound across this is crucial when operating here. Slightly different for Kazakhstan. That's more Microsoft Threads, Instagram. So you can see how even within the region, there's a different makeup, a different landscape. Oh, can we go? That's it. So I think this is the broader, bigger picture landscape again that we're looking at. But I think the key thing we're trying to convey here is reputation is an asset, and it's an asset that depreciates if you don't actively manage it. Silence, I'd say this is probably the biggest misconception from my work back in London, from the work here, is that if you enter a crisis, a crisis is normally too late. As Will says, that things can change materially overnight, and if you're not prepared for that, then things can escalate and things can spiral, especially with that Telegram social media landscape we just discussed. But no presence tool leaves a void, and when you're operating at a high level, as ultra high net worths, as people with private wealth often are, that leaves that void leaves a space that can be occupied by someone else, be that an opposition, be that a hostile actor, be that a competitor, when you're bidding for a contract. You want to be occupying that space in a positive way, and there's a number of different tools and ways to manage that, which we'll get onto in a second. But I'd say that just a couple of stats that I found recently, that 54% of financial services firms have deployed AI in due diligence as of January 25, up from 40% only a year prior. So that just tells you the speed of change that's happening right now and why it's so important to manage what's publicly available and out there. 67% of banks at frontier markets like this have used AI in compliance checks. KYC is obviously hugely important in a post-Soviet market like this, when we're adjacent to sanctioned entities. And only 14% of senior executives have formal board-level governance processes for reputation. 14%. That's down from 23 in 2021. So it's going backwards by some metrics. And again, just to illustrate that, in Uzbekistan, Telegram is broadly the media alongside the LLM models, and Kazakhstan runs on Threads and Instagram. So this is a broad overview of what can be done. So normally you can. This will be when a crisis perhaps has already happened. You can protect, remediate, remove, suppress harmful content. That's normally following a multilingual audit, naturally, given where we are, the three main languages in Uzbekistan: Uzbek, Russian, and English. You can do content takedowns through DMCA. That's contacting media entities and online and removing harmful content and hostile articles. That can clean up the online space that then frees up that pipeline that we were talking about straight into the LLM channels. You can also derank and then content. You can deploy all sorts of digital tools behind the scenes that some may already be aware, and that can push things down into the second or third page of a Google or Yandex search, and then from there it can also be deranked when prompts and answering are deployed in AI tools. We can also, as was previously said, do due diligence database correction. That's when we work alongside legal teams, and we can correct that PEP status that can perhaps throw up red flags that come up during proper compliance checking processes. On the flip side of that, we can own the narrative. This is what we'll try and do when we remove the hostile content. We'll try and place content that we know will push the messaging into the right channels that will then be seen in the right places. So obviously tier one media placement, that involves extensive negotiation, relationship management, understanding what the stories are, where you can position yourself. But more than that, you can also go below that. You can go to the tier 2, tier 3. There are certain publications that are easier to access and can still be visible and can still shape those outcomes as they come out. Wikipedia and aggregator management, that's very crucial. Wikipedia is one of the biggest pipelines into those models, and can be a contested battlefield at points. I'm sure you may have read that's come up quite a lot. And then coming up with crisis and litigation playbooks, understanding possible scenarios. Obviously, decisions that are made after that can't always be completely massaged out if certain things have happened, but knowing ahead of time where your risks are and then coming up with playbooks can make an enormous difference. And then I think I'll leave it on this visual representation of what it looks like. This is your broader ecosystem that you can actively manage, especially when you know how to do it and you know the tools and you have the relationships and the contacts in order to do so. So each and every one of these should be fed from the audit we discussed before, from understanding the risks, and from discussing with intelligence professionals and legal counsel as well. Normally, this can change wildly, varying on the context and the situation. But this is probably quite a neat overview of how this all fits together and can all form a protective barrier around your reputation.
Great, thank you, James. I mean, my co-founder of my company is a former army officer, and he always refers to the communications battle space. And if you vacate the communications battle space and there's nothing there to fill it, then the risks of someone else flooding in and gaining control is greatly heightened. Whereas if you have, as James alluded to, if you build your own forces, as it were, he would like to say, if you build your own forces and you have positions that you're able to defend, that allows both you to promote yourself, and there's obviously lots of opportunity that comes with that, but also allows any negative media then lands in a context that is more favorable and more balanced. So, which is a critical point, I think, for people considering how they're positioning themselves. Next, we're going to hear from Pavel to look at exactly what this means from a corporate and regulatory standpoint in Central Asia in particular.
Yeah, thank you. I would like to thank the organizing committee and organizers for the event, Quaros, Irauz, and Timur especially, since we've been working closely with you and Will for organizing and making this session happen, actually. So, and to start with, I would like to refer to Charles Dickens, who about 150 years ago wrote in his novel A Tale of Two Cities, "It was the best of times, it was the worst of times." So, and today these words sound relevant more than ever for international businesses in Central Asia, because laws are changing faster than companies can adopt their strategies, and it feels as if businesses are constantly forced to catch up with shifting rules of the game. And 2026 for Central Asia, as we see it, is not a year within a zone of comfort. It's a year of structural changes. It's a year of fiscal pressure and increased regulation. But it is precisely during these periods that new growth points are formed. So my name is Pavel Melnikov. I'm partner at Aritera, European consulting firm, working in 38 countries, and we are mostly responsible for managing uncertainty for our clients. We specialize in public affairs, and my team and I are responsible for Central Asia, South Caucasus, and Mongolia. And today I will speak about Central Asia as a region, prioritize several socioeconomic, reputational, and regulatory risks that we see, share some of the case studies on how these risks can be tackled using public affairs and strategic communications as a tool, and finalize with some takeaways that could be done to tackle these kind of risks on a systemic basis. Yeah, next slide, please. Another quote, I would like quote Mark Twain today, and he would say, "All generalizations are false, including this one." But I still would like to provide you with some facts and figures about Central Asia. as a region. I know you know them mostly, but they would help me to set the scene for our further conversation. And I would like to underline that Central Asia is no longer a periphery, but a region with a population of 83 million people and a median age of 27 years. And this is a demographic window of opportunity as we see it. It is, by the way, 20 years younger, nearly 20 years younger than in Europe. And for example, while in Europe, about 22% of people, they are pensioners, in Central Asia, 30%, they are children. So it's like shaping colossal future demand going forward. And interestingly, European population growth is 0.4% compared to what is in Central Asia is 4 times more. It is 1.6%. And currently in Central Asia, it's like low urbanization level. And we believe that this means we may expect boom in urban construction and consumption in Central Asia and making the region an ideal proving ground for European investments, and not only European, but European given the fact we are currently at the Euro-Uz event. Sort of these investments could be targeting the growing middle class. Of course, if we compare European Union and Central Asia, European Union remains a giant as economy, and its GDP is $19.5 trillion compared to Central Asia, that is 500 billion, and it is like 39 times less. And what we see that the region is growing rapidly in terms of FDI. The dynamics in Kazakhstan and Uzbekistan are particularly notable. However, the investment structure remains mostly commodity-based, and this is, of course, creates vulnerability to external shocks. Another point I want to underline is the trade turnover with Central Asia, and we see here that China reached 95 billion US dollars, and it is on the rise. Russia is 45 billion, and it is declining, and Europe is more or less stable, and like it's 55. And what we see that given the geographic and demographic and geographic potential, this opens broad opportunities for Europe to expand its economic presence and increase its trade turnover with the region. So finally, I would say that the territory of Uzbekistan is compared, I like to compare certain regions and countries from time to time. If you compare it with Japan, in terms of territory, Uzbekistan is comparable, but in terms of population, Japan is 3 times more, while GDP of Japan is 29 times more than in Uzbekistan. So Uzbekistan has huge opportunities for growth. Next slide, please. So we used a risk matrix, and I would like to refer here, for example, Akram mentioned in his previous speech, sort of, so that was aligned. So he mentioned the risk index is more or less the same. It's sort of risk matrix, and Will mentioned a variety of risks, and we sort of tried to put this variety of risks that we see into the risk matrix, and they categorize the likelihood and impact on businesses, sort of 9-dimensional ruler. But in fact, this is more as a business like decision-making tool for prioritization of risks and resources in the company. So we must say that in the recent years, the regulatory environment in region has become tougher and more unpredictable, and this matrix can be conditionally divided into 6 types of pressure on business. The most acute one that is in the right upper corner is unpredictability, uncertainty of regulatory acts and frequent reforms, so-called regulatory populism. This is what makes businesses vulnerable in the market, and like in Uzbekistan, and we see it constantly, new legislative documents come out nearly every single day. So international businesses, they need time to adopt. They need longer transition period and this is a necessity. The next type is fiscal and technical pressure. We see increased government attention to tax and customs regulation, especially during periods of budget deficits and rising state social obligations. On the other hand, speaking about the technical regulations, for example, in Uzbekistan, a presidential decree was signed in February, as you know, and it is changing the game completely. Product standards are becoming voluntary starting May. And key industries like textiles, automotive, and IT are moving to ISO standards from July. So for international companies, this is a great news, but still they have and need some time to adopt fast. Another type is localization requirements. That is one of the important things, and pressure to protect local businesses and localized production is a systemic trend. It refers not only to Uzbekistan, to Kazakhstan, other countries. They are willing to attract as much investments as possible. And this requires not only large-scale investment from the global companies, but also revision of global supply chains. Social sensitivity is another type of pressure, household debt, that is in the center. And low purchasing power make the state highly sensitive to business pricing policies and adding pressure, for example, via price control, for example, in the pharma sector on the companies. Non-market price control mechanisms are being imposed by the state, and particularly in utilities, food and energy resources. Economic factors also put additional pressure on businesses. What we see in its volatility of national currencies, its inflation, shadow economy, directly hitting the profitability of international businesses. And just this month, Uzbekistan launched a major push against the shadow economy. And cashless payments are now mandatory, as you know, across key sectors. And this is bringing 1 million informal workers from the shadows into the formal sector. And this will be seen by the tax authorities. And finally, entirely new type of pressure linked to digitalization of the economy. Data protection and language requirements are moving from formalities to the zone of operational risks. And we have good news on data protection, as you know. Until recently, personal data of Uzbek citizens was to be stored in Uzbekistan. Non-compliance meant fines and even criminal liability for offenders that repeat the offenses. On May 26, amendments were adopted that fundamentally changed this, and Uzbekistan has moved to risk-based approach. So if you handle non-sensitive data, your compliance burden got lighter, and this is great news, real progress, and Uzbekistan is now much closer to international standards. Next slide, please. So to understand how the risk matrix works in practice, let us look on the 3 cases. We won't be discussing all the 3 of them, but I will give you more details right now. So the first case was about how the uncertainty influences the launch of renewable energy project for EU energy leader. The second case, and I can share the presentation for those interested, the second is about how public affairs tools could be helping managing long-term uncertainty for global online platform. And the one I would like to focus is the third one, that is a crisis case, and it's revealing, it clearly demonstrates how hasty legislative initiatives can jeopardize the entire industry. Transport Ministry initiated a draft law introducing self-regulation in the taxi sector, and the law could negatively influence not only the client's business model, but also the taxi sector as a whole. So, and we need to find a way to either slow down this or stop the adoption of the law. And to manage a crisis, we suggested comprehensive public affairs strategy, including in-depth analysis. So we digged deep and conducted detailed study of the regulatory environment, prepared comparative table in terms of the draft law, clearly showing the risk of each article as well as analyzing the international best practices. We moved into stakeholder mapping and sort of tailored messaging, developed stakeholder map, prepared key messages for each influential group so that to deliver them a tailored message, and direct dialogue through outreach and engagement, organized and conducted a series of negotiations with decision makers, including members of the parliamentary working group and leaders of relevant parties. We presented arguments backed by the analytical materials and impact calculations with negative consequences for the market. Finally, consideration of the document was officially suspended, and it was completely removed from the Parliament agenda. So, next slide, please. Finishing. And sometimes when we are asked what are we doing in public affairs, we are trying to build bridges between the state and the businesses, and that's why this bridge is here. So there are several takeaways that could be useful for building an effective JAR strategy. And I think I like that what Rosa mentioned, that managerial maturity. I think to ensure that all these elements work, there should be managerial maturity on the side of the corporate world. And the first element is rather obvious. It's a monitoring of political environment, monitoring and mapping of risks and issues. And it's not an option. You just have it. You just need to have it. So it ensures that you have an early warning systems for risks and issues and understand them finally. Second element is systemic stakeholder mapping to know what are stakeholders and engage with them. And also the risk management system that ensures that you prioritize the resources, that you prepare the decisions and that your decisions are well prepared in this sense and helping you to prevent the crisis that rather than clean up the mess afterwards. The third, and it's sort of overarching and helping overall, third element is local context. We definitely need to deliver this message to the global corporates and people who are coming to the region that local context is very important. There are no universal solutions. It needs to be tailored. And the high political and regulatory volatility in Central Asia is not a bug. It's an operating environment, period. So fourth is in Central Asia, government relations strategy could stand on three pillars: substantive agenda, communications that are better handled in person, having tea, having meetings, having long evenings and conversations with the stakeholders. And finally, it is about trust-based relationships with the officials. It's a two-way street. So they help you and you help them. And of course, the fifth element is you, the company, the client, and that this element unites all other elements into the working system. So thank you for your attention.
Yeah, thank you, Pavel. That's great. Well, I mean, that's concluded our presentations for today. What we've understood, I think, is that reputation sits between three different forces. You have the data, you have the narrative, and you have the regulation. And all three of those are moving ever faster. And so in order to allow ourselves and our clients and our companies to protect themselves, it's important to be as proactive as possible and get ahead of the issue before it lands. I think we've got time for a couple of questions. Yep. If there are any questions from the floor, I'm happy to take some. If not, we can happily conclude. Oh, sorry.
Thank you. With AI also being used by, criminals or people who want to hurt your reputation, the marginal cost of doing so is dramatically dropping. And I sometimes wonder what is really a mechanism to protect, but also maybe to fight to some degree. It's very hard to judge these days what information you see is actually correct. We almost need to flip it, assuming it's incorrect, unless someone proves you it's correct. And I wonder where all this is going, right? And I want to share personal experience. I was at a fraud event a few weeks back by some Big Four consulting firm, and they had demos displayed, and I was just walking by a camera, and they captured my face walking by, and it was immediately morphed into the person next to me looking into the camera, but in a quality that was astonishing.
Yeah.
So where are we heading? And I mean,
well, I think it's a really interesting point and a major issue that I have to say I would probably imagine 50% of our clients come to us because they're a victim of what started off and is becoming a sort of AI-driven campaign. So they will, and this happens in particular with with individuals or companies from the former Soviet Union, where there's a long history of churning out content that is factually inaccurate, but that can spread like that. And the cost of running sites and propagating and spreading that material has dropped to nothing. And so what we see now is just an unbelievable swarm of content that is very, very difficult to counter, as you say. And I think it goes back to one of the things that both James and Pavel were talking about, which is ensuring that you understand what the risks are that you might be facing, but also that you have that communication with key counterparties in particular that can help you defend against that on those relationships. But I mean, James, Pavel, I don't know if you have any comments on that.
Yeah, one minor comment. I would still try to differentiate because very long ago, Bill Gates wrote an article, content is king. So I still believe this is the primary thing. And I believe that despite the fact it's such, huge thing currently, artificial intelligence, I believe it's still secondary. It's a tool. So we can use it either to benefit or to, I don't know, this may lead to losses. And of course, there are some people that will be trying to abuse it. But this is with everything from knife to messenger and artificial intelligence.
I think as well, it's worth pointing out that particularly with these sort of made up sites that run automatically, their seniority on Google or on with, and therefore also with ChatGPT and the AI engines is much more reduced. And so actually it only takes a few good pieces that counter that to dispel a lot of that work. So that is a theme that we're seeing, but it all converges on the idea of having your own facts presented well in serious outlets that and are forward looking, that can allow you to again take control of some of that communications battle space. Any more questions?
Oh,
sorry, James.
Yeah, I can just add a couple of bits to that. If you're finding exactly what Will said, if it's sort of lower tier thing, then you can almost ignore it because it's not going to impact. It's not going to impact the pipeline, and I think so. It really depends. But if you're finding that it is taking up traction, especially in the kind of social media Telegram spaces, I think there's things you can do. It depends where, because often if especially in this context, so let's take Uzbekistan as an example. If that's picking up traction, if that's being picked up by bloggers, that's normally how information can disseminate very quickly. You can then you need eyes. You need to see when it comes up. So that's kind of a comprehensive monitoring system. So it needs to be flagged, and you need to see it. When you've seen it, you can then take it. You can take it down, especially if it's what you're saying, which is complete untruths. There are various tools and ways you can take down the article from Google, which is then gone completely. If it's social media, if it's Telegram, then actually normally that's where we can come in and we can use our personal relationships and things to contact and actually start to correct. We can have off the record briefings. We can do that, and then so that information landscape. If you're starting to notice that if it is collecting pace, if it is moving, there are definitely things you can do about it. But as has already been discussed, if you've got that kind of framework, if you've got that reputation ongoing, then it often doesn't pick up speed because you've already got the systems in place to stop this sort of thing propagating.
So we're talking about the alignment of sort of continual monitoring, intelligence-led decision making, and strategic communications right from the start. So thank you all very much for listening and for being here, and thank you also to my panelists. I'll hand over to our friends from Europe.
Thank you very much, Mr. Crawford. Thank you very much, dear panelists. The question of reputation protection becoming more and more crucial and critical for all of us these days, and it's not only pertains to the public sector but also to the private business as well. But let us quickly transfer to our next panel that will be led by Mr. Timur Karakashev, Associate Partner at Quaros here. Senior Counsel. Okay. Okay, please, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Now you can probably, yes, and I can hear well myself as well. Yeah, first of all, thank you very much for coming and attending our flagship event in Tashkent, in Uzbekistan, dedicated to private wealth and compliance. I really appreciate all the support that was provided by our co-organizers, Europe-Uz, and special thanks to our sponsors and also specifically to the speakers who attended all the panels and will be attending the panels later today. So Now we will talk a little bit more about risks and regulations and more generally compliance. And I would like to invite my co-panelists. First, Alina Akchurina. She's the Chief Compliance Officer from Franklin Templeton. So Madina Tajieva, please join us. She's regional head working for Dow Jones Risk and Compliance. And of course, my friend Farukh Abdullakhanov, partner from KPMG. So first and foremost, I would like to mention that basically this panel is supported by compliance committee of Europe-Uz. So they're doing a great job to educate people and exchange, creating great platform to exchange the knowledge and yeah, doing some great job in that respect. As I said before, so we'll talk about more about risks and compliance, but one may now perceive that compliance is about a bunch of rules and restrictions that prevent businessmen from making business, but actually, this point of view might be a big mistake, because basically compliance is a foundation of trust between the institutions, regulators, and clients. And actually, this foundation helps everyone to grow their business smooth in the compliant and sustainable way. But I believe that Alina Akchurina will provide a bit more details about what actually compliance is and what stands behind compliance culture.
Hello? Yeah, do you hear me? Hello, dear guests, so dear valued partners, and I think let me firstly start with a huge thanks. I think it's never enough to say a lot of thanks to the people who made actually this event happen. So it's my already colleague here, so partners from Quartz, so valued sponsors, and for sure, so panelists, so within this discussion. As I'm always saying, so it's never enough, and to talk about compliance, controls, frameworks, and everything what we are doing with this respect. And let me please a little bit mixed up this panel, and start a little bit to communicating to the audience as well. And what I would like to say, and actually to continue the words of Timur regarding how actually compliance is treated initially, like strict walls, so strict requirements for entrance and everything which cannot be done usually. And currently, so there is a right time and there is a right era, even we can say, so when we are investigating how we can move forward and make it happen that compliance is not longer what you cannot do, but how it's better to be done. And let me ask my first question to the audience, and you can just simply shout out the answer. How do you think so? Whether compliance culture is still something achievable, or is it something like, some buzzword when we say and we would like to feel safe in front of auditors? How do you think? So just please shout out your variants. Second one, so for auditors. Okay, what else? Yes, please. Second one as well. Rosa, thank you. Rosa, thank you. I feel your support. So second, first, okay. But we are on the right way, colleagues. Yes. So I think you can comment that we are still on the right way, and we are here to be on this way. So, and my colleagues during the panel will show you how we can manage to do it. So to continue, so I can use my clicker. Yes. Yeah. So compliance in private wells. So I decided to mark up my presentation, so naming like this, but to be honest, it's really hard to burden compliance controls and framework across the industries because it's more or less the same. So the framework and principles are the same, but how to implement it for sure depends on the industry and how do you feel yourself, how your business feel mainly, and what are you going to do with it? Yeah, here it is. My next question, actually. So we have rules and we have principles. Can somebody answer what is the difference between rules and principles? Please, I'm asking the audience. You can still shout out as usual. You can use a mic. Rosa, let me ask you. You are sitting on the first stage. Let me ask you, please, Rosa. What is the difference between compliance? Excuse me, colleagues. Can we so provide a mic to Rosa? Yeah, thank you. Rules and principles. How do we treat it?
Okay, thank you for the question. In my way, principles is basically the way we behave. It's kind of values. But rules is just like it is either white or black. So this is how you behave in a particular situation. That's the rule.
I totally agree. So we just prefer initially to treat compliance as a rules. So there is black and white, there how you should do and how you cannot do. But let's try investigate and transform it to principles, where it seems that you know how to do, but you also know why you are doing it in this way. You remember, so the compliance officers, the legal experts who just, for example, as soon as you have just started the implementation of compliance framework within your organization, usually what do you hear? Why we should do it? And then the question, and so what? Why do I need it personally? I feel okay in the environment I live right now, and I don't think there is any risks or controls which should be changed in this respect. But we are here with you in order to transform this understanding and this meaning, and just to change this mindset. For sure, it's a really big words, so nice words, but under these words, it's just a tremendous work of each and every compliance and legal expert just to transform it and to make it happen in line with the legislation. So not only how we would like to do it, but in line with the legislation. Bypassing the risk, so one of the roles in my presentation. It's maybe in some kind of, psychological view of each and every employee within any company. Okay, we know the risk. Let's try to bypass. What will happen? Maybe nothing. Until somebody won't tell us what can happen and what kind of violation can it be and what kind of penalties we can receive. In my experience, there were a lot of cases when, unfortunately, only negative examples helped to transform this mindset and say, guys, this is a real risk we can face. And unfortunately, it was so with the example of the company itself. So not as an example of any other company across the world, unfortunately. And currently, for example, in my next experience journey, I'm trying to say, guys, let's work not according to some examples, but according to our mindset. We know what's going on in the world. So our previous speakers talk a lot about what's going on here within Central Asia and in Uzbekistan especially. You can see, so I can see a lot of faces, a lot of foreigner faces, and I'm as a local really happy to understand that we are developing so fast that not only local guys are interested in the local economy, but foreigners as well. So I'm currently working in the worldwide known asset investment manager, and I feel it by myself. So how many interest is within Uzbekistan right now and on Uzbekistan right now. And when we say regarding culture and transferring to culture, and I found interesting expressions that culture is a risk factor, not a slogan. Usually, yes, so we say, oh, culture. So it's some nice word within the company. So what is the culture of your company? So we usually been asked some questions. But how can you usually check whether each company has a culture? Just try to visit at least one management meeting, at least one meeting within any of the department. Procurement, for example, my favorite one. When they start talking, oh God, we have compliance controls. So what should we do? So it will take longer considering that we need to implement Z, Z, and Z control. So let's try to do something with it. But when you have a culture, they said, okay, this is not within the compliance rules, but we still know what to do. And I always say to my colleagues, this is like how you assess yourself as an expert. if you're an expert, you can work within any environment. Some environment may be harder, some may be easier, but you can work with compliance and without compliance as well. So you have started without compliance, but now everybody are trying to make with it. And we have a lot of legislative changes. So my colleague Farouk will go deeper in all what's going on. So within the country, at least with all the changes and how we are moving further. And we, to be honest, as a compliance experts, in some cases, we even a little bit surprised, wow, there are additional changes, additional talks about compliance. So initially, we prefer to talk only by ourselves in line with some corners, so within compliance experts, and nobody seems to be interested in it. But currently, so seems that the whole world is interested in it, not only we, and we feel it really. And when we say regarding some cultural lens and how do we treat it, based on my experience, I see that regulators, investors, so any third party who are looking at your organization, they will assess you based on your culture, even beyond the controls you have. Because in some cases, controls may fail, but it doesn't mean that you don't have right culture. Controls may fail just because of some personal factor, so just humans factor. It's not wrong. We had a lot of cases in my previous even company, so where controls really fails. It doesn't mean that controls are wrong. It just means that there was some situation. The main thing is that this employee understands that they have failed, so they have just violated, and they came and say, guys, sorry, I had to do it because of this and this and that. When we say regarding private wealth, there are a lot of situations when, for example, your decision making is being driven by the pressure, by the commercial pressure, by the client's pressure. I'm sure that all of you can understand, yes, when clients come to you and say, so I need this. You are trying to say, guys, so let's implement this control, so assess this risk, that risk. They say, sorry, I don't care. So I'm came to you, so I'm paying you money, so please make it happen. You're an expert, you should know how to do it. This is the pressure. And this pressure, so it's really some kind of challenge for the business owners, for the leaders, how to navigate and how to balance between the client's expectations and your expectations as an effective and transparent business. Because the only thing we should care every time is our reputation, which will never come back. So we heard it in from the previous panelists, and we should think about it. It's over any financial insurance. So it's your reputation. And some of the cultural risk indicators is also, if you're, for example, from some consultancy company, so you came to the company to check their controls, to check their culture, and you can see it's like somewhere in the air. Once I had experience with some audited firm who just make some kind of extra audit, and deep audit of our controls, of our operations and everything. And once they said, we feel in the airs that your company has a culture. And it cannot be even answered how it's felt, but it's felt when you communicate with some colleagues. It doesn't mean they usually say, so I know compliance principles, or I know compliance controls, or all the risk. No, it's not like this. They're just trying to make things in the right way. They understand the external challenges, internal challenges, but they try to find solution. And as a compliance expert, so I always say that we are here to find solution. We are very poor expert when we say, no, you cannot do it. Almost everything can be done if you will add some additional controls, insurance in this respect. So it's just, there is no way from it to happen. And my last point is that we are moving from compliance function to a cultural architect. Why architect? Because it's a long way. It's like, so very, very tall building, which is being counted and which is being constructed, sometimes for a very long time, sometimes maybe more faster. It depends on the support you receive. Because the support and compliance we all know, yes? So it's tone from the top, which you receive, so from your colleagues, from the leadership of the company. This is the only right way. And just to recap, so my today's speech, I would like to thank, I think, this interest of all of you in the area we are talking today. because everything is about controls, everything is about risks, and it doesn't matter whether we talk about compliance, about risk separately. So we face with the risk through the day, and it doesn't mean not only within operations. So we face it in our personal life even, and we always have these controls, understand how to act, and how it's better not to act. And when we say regarding business, for sure we expect and we should follow the expectations of the third parties, of our partners, of our vendors, of our customers. But always be mindful that in case we fail, so it means that there is a chain. Everything will fail, maybe not immediately, but from time to time, you will unfortunately face with this challenge. So let's be this architect within our businesses, within our partners, and let's just show the right example to everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, Alina, for the great presentation. It sounded actually like compliance, your second language.
Thank you. Even first, I think.
Yeah, so I'm pleased to give the floor to Farukh. He will dive us in about what is happening actually in the regulatory environment in Uzbekistan, what was before, what we have now, and actually what to expect.
Okay, I'll speak in English. Thank you, colleagues. Thank you, Timur, for organizing this event. And thanks to Euros, our good friends, for organizing this event. So I'll try to be quick. I work in forensic. I'm leading forensic practice at KPMG in Central Asia and Caucasus. I'm with the firm since 2005. And at KPMG, we did a lot in Uzbekistan since we started our business in 2017. One of the first large projects was implementation of anti-corruption compliance in Uzbekistan in government bodies. After that, we also actively worked with the regulators on implementation of different types of financial crime compliance regulations and assessments in the financial system of Uzbekistan. Now the next stage is automation, and a lot is happening in terms of digital assets, changes in the regulatory environment, cryptocurrency, and banks and financial institutions and payment systems are actively working. There are lots of different M&A appetite in the region. So I would give a maybe short update of what has changed in Uzbekistan during maybe last 5-6 years. Probably it would be interesting to especially guests of Uzbekistan. Also give short update what's going to be next in the country and how business also reacts to that and what challenges business has. It's a bit maybe busy slides, but I will try to talk mostly about money and business perspective because yeah, because the conference is called first word was wealth, right?
Money talks. Yeah.
Yeah. So and compliance was second. So, but yeah, so money first. So in terms of how the country changed and transformed, so I would not talk a lot about the regulations and details about these regulations. You can see the slides. Then I think it would be distributed, but I would say mostly that comparing to what was in the country 10 years ago, but 10 years is not a long period. If you take in any business and the financial model of a large business, normally the financial model takes from 10 to 20 years in the developed economy to do some to calculate some IRR or whatever. If you go to M&A, transaction, you also calculate your returns on 5, 10, 20 years perspective. If it's very like a capex extensive business, it may be longer, say 30 years. But now what we see that like comparing to 10 years ago, being rich in country was not popular. So it was not very popular. Colleagues may support me, but now the country transformed, and being rich and wealthy and healthy is popular, which is good shift in culture and in how people are treating the wealth and money and expertise, etc. So and the regulations, they also try to adapt to this culture. So as colleagues told, there are different compliance, risk management measures and rules are being implemented. There was, as I mentioned, anti-corruption regulation. There was an explanation of what is a conflict of interest, because if you ask any businessman or like public PEP 10 years ago, what is the conflict of interest? Almost it was difficult to get the right answer. Now people understand more, and they can answer more about what is conflict of interest, what is PEP, who is PEP, who is domestic PEP, who is international PEP, because the definition of politically exposed person was not existing in the full scale as it was mentioned in the international FATF or like other regulations, and it was implemented recently, 2 years ago. Also, the anti-corruption agency was implemented. Other like regulations are being developed, and there is an opposite side of that. If, for example, we look at like European, UK, or US regulations, they are more kind of longer term. They are well developed. And now what is happening in country, and other colleagues also mentioned that the speed of regulatory change is very high, and country tries to find right solutions and right compliance risk management measures to country-specific environment and how people behave, because it's not possible just to take all the international regulations and implement it immediately, because as Alina mentioned, culture is not there, but it comes. What we also see, what's going to happen in the financial system. We see that financial system is still, the banks particularly, are still under government impact, because a lot of like banks, large banks, are still state-owned. But there is a huge transformation in terms of how banks, they work with customers, how they manage the risk. The Basel risk management frameworks are being implemented, because we did a lot of different like types of works for banking systems, such as AQRs, funds transfer pricing, etc. And we see that there is a huge shift within the banking system, and we see that a lot of correspondent banks, international correspondent banks, they're interested in working with local banks. However, they still require all these international standards to be in place. And we see that that shift is happening, and the regulator does a lot to make this happen. And one of the areas what we see is the digitalization of all industries. We see that not only banks, I would say banks and telecom companies are maybe the first who are more digital, but others are coming to digitize their production and business, but also digitize their compliance, risk management, and other areas of managing the business. So what has changed? Also, one of the interesting topics that, as Alina mentioned, there are rules and there are principles. But in Uzbekistan, given that from Soviet Union times, it was more like a rule-based country, and all codes civil code, criminal code are more rule-based. Therefore, the compliance are also more rule-based that they implemented in the country. But we see that now country goes to more principle-based standards. Why? Because, for example, the International Financial Center with English law is being implemented. So this decision was discussed during the last 2 years, but it was finally made. There is also for IT and financial sector and consultants, the enterprise digital platform is being implemented. We see that banks, for example, they started implementing the private banking and wealth management. Local banks, they started offering such products, and they also changed their compliance attitude and compliance rules. So there are not just yes and no. So they start understanding the client, doing enhanced due diligence. There was implemented the enhanced source of funds and source of wealth analysis, etc. So we see that those events and those developments that happened in Europe, in other like developed economies, they come to Uzbekistan very quickly. And for example, those services that have been developed in other countries during like 10 or 20 years, they're being implemented here during 1 or 2 years. And this is huge opportunity for investors, huge opportunity for local players, but at the same time, it's a huge risk. As we understand, for example, in financial sector, there was during last year and this year a lot of talks, and if you look at the mass media about the online fraud scams and different like fraud transactions with cards. This is the opposite side of fast development. As we say that any growth, when you grow very quickly, there are also some cost of that growth. So this is the cost of that growth, but we see that regulators and market players are very active to combat all these risks and events that will happen. So in terms of business response, as I mentioned, a lot is happening in digital, and also in terms of ethics and compliance, we see that a lot of trainings are being conducted and capacity building, both within the state government authorities as well as in the business. We see that, for example, public procurement system is being developed very fast. There is a new agency have been implemented recently, and a lot of trainings are being conducted. We also participate in those training activities, conduct those trainings to local partners and helping them to develop those training materials. And we see that this cultural shift is happening. But still, it will take time. We should invest into that to make it happen. So maybe key stakeholders, probably it would be also interesting. So there are like key stakeholders in terms of and key regulators. This is the Central Bank of Uzbekistan, a Minister of Finance. There is a Financial Intelligence Unit as an independent body in Uzbekistan who controls the anti-money laundering and counter-terrorist financing. And like there are some insights that they are also transforming and changing their approach to make it more risk-based, to make it less rule-based, but more principle-based. And they're requiring the participants of financial market to make their own like models, risk appetite, risk matrices, etc. And this will require more and more expertise and more kind of analytics on the business side, because how it was previously, the central bank or regulators, they just issued some rules, and everybody should conduct those rules, and there was like 1-0, like black and white, and that's it. But now, given the complexity of products, complexity of market players, complexity of stakeholders, complexity of transactions, it's not possible for business to use this like black and white approach, because business would not be effective. So therefore, regulators, they transform. There is also a national agency of perspective projects. They control the cryptocurrency and insurance sectors, and there are also regulatory sandboxes. So for those who is interested to be part of this like financial system, they need to look and understand what is the logic behind those regulations, because it's very important to be successful. I think this is it. I tried to do short update of what's happening.
No, I think it was a great overview. Thanks a lot, Farukh. It's interesting to observe is basically how Uzbekistan adopts international compliance standards in their daily business and regulatory life. So I think it's quite clear that a lot is going on in that respect. So I have one question, maybe, are there any educational compliance programs existing in Uzbekistan, or maybe specifically in Tashkent? So
Yeah, there are different educational programs. So first, actually, we have a KPMG Academy. We also do different educational programs, and during our any consulting project, we put the education and capacity building as separate part, because it's not possible just to consult about something, produce some like audit report or like analysis of some systems. But the most value of the consulting is that you have people who is educated, understands the subject matter within your client, and then you leave not just only the report, but you leave knowledge. So we do frequently those different trainings and events. There are also we see that the growth of different players who provide anti-corruption compliance trainings. Now a lot of people coming to do the to get those certificates, international compliance certificates, and there are different associations being opened, like internal audit associations, or Institute of Internal Auditors, compliance institutes, etc. And we see a lot of trainings are being conducted on the regional level. For example, in Kazakhstan, in Tajikistan, in Uzbekistan, in Kyrgyzstan, people are going around and sharing knowledge, etc. And a lot of people are coming from European countries, and government also conducts different updates. And international financial institutions such as EBRD, ADB, we see a lot of capacity buildings by UNDP being on the ground.
very interesting. I think it's useful, especially for our international guests who are present today, to understand what's going on the market from compliance and regulatory perspective. It's basically one of the challenges that European institutions are facing working with Uzbek clients. So it's a lack of market knowledge. And I think you've discovered lots of compliance topics when it comes to IML, CFT, but I noted that you didn't touch base on the sanctions compliance landscape, and this is why we have today Madina Tajiv, and she will explore this topic in more details. Thank you, Madina.
Thanks, Timur. Good afternoon, colleagues and friends here in Tashkent. Uh, I got the ultimate challenge to cover something like this in 10 minutes. And also, I guess the ultimate challenge of having probably the most unpopular topic these days, but that's okay. So I think maybe to start with, and to give kind of the background of why I'm here today. From our monitoring desks in London, where I'm based, but also Barcelona, Shanghai, Hong Kong, Singapore, Princeton, Washington, where the other Dow Jones Risk and Compliance hubs are based. We track sanctions developments daily and provide updates to our customers across thousands of customers across more than 100 countries. So I bring more of a, I guess, an external perspective and sharing some kind of global trends and enforcement patterns in that area. So I don't, hopefully, okay, oh, it goes, need to go back. All right. So most of you might know this, especially colleagues who already work in the compliance space, but for those of you in the audience who are less familiar, I think it might be worth by kind of starting to give a little bit of, to clarify rather, the distinction between primary and secondary sanctions. And I think previously some of the colleagues already discussed and touched upon that briefly, but and bear in mind these are not legal definitions. We'd sit here all day. So primary sanctions, in the simplest terms, are directly prohibit persons or companies under a regulator's jurisdiction from dealing with designated targets. And secondary sanctions is this very creative method of going further. They target, if we take the US and EU, if we stick with the US and EU regimes, non-US and non-EU persons and entities for providing significant support to already sanctioned targets. So in the next few minutes or so, we will cover why these risks have intensified. And you kind of might have figured that out already. What this means specifically for Central Asia and Uzbekistan, with some recent examples, and some practical steps, although I have to say in the space of this time and given the complexity of this topic, this would be very generic. Oops. Okay. So I think it's worth starting by saying that the secondary sanctions still are not new, right? The United States has applied secondary sanctions in earlier programs, notably against Iran's energy and financial sectors in 2018, for example, or against entities supporting North Korea. So this has been around for a while. It's also good to mention that OFAC has never officially defined the term secondary sanctions for any of its programs, which has made it very, very difficult for a lot of sanctions lawyers. And thankfully, I'm not a sanctions lawyer, but that's what I keep hearing from a lot of the kind of colleagues in the legal space. It has become an increasingly hot topic in the light of the situation around Russia, specifically in 2024, OFAC has expanded the scope of, and bear with me here, of Executive Order 14024, as amended by EO 14114 previously in December 2023, which targeted Russia's military industrial base. At the time, there were, I think, about 5,000. So in 2024, there were about 5,600 designations under that executive order, and they all were updated with what's now called secondary sanction risk. So in practice, this meant that OFAC now had authority to select any of the two types of sanctions to impose: blocking sanctions or prohibitions, strict conditions in relation to correspondent banking or payable through accounts in the US on foreign financial institutions, or FFIs, as they're normally referred to, who have been determined to have conducted or facilitated significant transactions or provided any services involving Russia's military industrial base. So actually also maybe important to mention that these secondary sanctions can apply to any non-US person or entity, but the framework places particular emphasis, of course, on the foreign financial institutions, as they are normally kind of the gateway and are, somebody was referring to making an army analogy. They're sort of at the forefront of this battle and the enforcement action. So like kind of the soldiers for the regulators around the world. The European Union, if we kind of take also the look from the continental Europe, increased alignment with the US secondary sanctions designation practice in furtherance of recognition by EU of use of sanctions as a tool of maximum pressure, of course, and to undermine circumvention, which has been a focus for the last 3 years or 4 years now. And that included trade restrictions for companies with close links to the Russian or Belarusian defense and security sector, which you probably have seen included companies from our region, so from Uzbekistan, Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan, Armenia, and among other countries. Asset freezing and provision bans for supporting circumvention, transaction bans, and export bans on certain goods to specific third countries. I think understanding this distinction is vital, and I believe in the beginning of the conference there was a lot of kind of talk about Uzbekistan navigating this complex geopolitical environment while trying to pursue a multi-vector foreign policy and trying to protect its access to global markets, importantly. So as I think Farh also mentioned, central bank's leadership, Central Bank of Uzbekistan leadership understands these risks and continuously emphasizes that they have to be taken seriously. I think in terms of, I guess, probably why also I've been invited to talk about it, it's kind of provide a why you need to, or put a little bit of fear into why you need to have compliance culture, and it's quite unfortunate, but that's the world we live in. So in 2025, just to give you some context, I think OFAC issued at least 14 public enforcement actions. Many of them were Russia-related. For Uzbekistan and Central Asia broadly, these global trends create, of course, heightened risk due to its geography, which we've established earlier, trade patterns and payment channels. So last year, we've seen Kyrgyz Bank being sanctioned as a result of providing and facilitating significant transactions linked to sanctioned Russian defense sector entities. In October 2025, the EU's 19th package imposed bans on multiple Central Asian banks as well, in Kyrgyzstan, Tajikistan. So these examples highlight a broader trend and broader pattern of dual-use goods rerouting, alternative finance flows that, of course, the regulators are monitoring closely. I think you would have read lots and lots of materials from lawyers that are put online, or consultants who do kind of treat our region as a much heightened risk of sanctions exposure for a lot of foreign entities. So it is important to bear that in mind. I mean, if we've, I guess, set aside Russia for a bit, you might have seen 2 days ago that a Treasury Department has also come out with announcement on warning to that they will also enforce secondary sanctions when it comes to applying maximum pressure to Iran, right? So a few countries such as Oman, I think China, Hong Kong, UAE weren't directly due to them still banking Iranians and facilitating a lot of transactions. So I can't remember what it's called, but it was economic fury that the Treasury Department said it will unleash on Iran. So I think in terms of, as I mentioned, providing sort of a mitigation framework, it is quite difficult because, like the colleagues mentioned earlier, there are a lot of nuances. There is a risk-based approach, like Farouk was saying earlier. So I think from our work, the work we've done, and I've been with Dow Jones for 13 years now, most of them spent trying to help our customers who are financial institution, corporates around the world realize and kind of enable their compliance programs. So some of the steps first would include obviously conducting an exposure mapping, so identifying what kind of exposure directly or indirectly you might have to the various let's say military industrial base, or do you or do you have clients who trade and do use goods or have high risk payment channels? Secondly, enhancing your screening, and again, I think those were also recommendations from the regulator, right? Have real-time behavior-based tools, deeper due diligence on your counterparties and transactions. Thirdly, strengthen internal frameworks. So we've discussed that earlier through regular training, independent audit, and I think it's good to mention that training doesn't mean training of your compliance team. It means training the whole business and making the whole business understand what these risks are, and because a lot of the times it has to be kind of stopped very early in the game. So that's crucial. And also, I guess fourth is keeping an open channel of communication with your regulators. So Farouk was saying that there is a lot more dialogue. I understand now with the regulators, they're open to hear you. We have, business associations, compliance associations. So it's, talking to your regulator, understanding their expectation, talking to your correspondent banks if you have to deal with them, because of course they are under a lot of pressure too. And if you have your, global intelligence providers, partners who would also be able to help on that journey. So I guess in summary, secondary sanctions and EU anti-circumvention measures, as they're called, are creating a real and rising risks, as we've seen in recent Central Asian cases. But, you have to take a bit of a cliche word, like a local approach, right? You have a global view, but you have to adapt locally, and at the same time implement or have an agile and approach to how you view compliance. So acting proactively, building scenarios, I don't know, war games, just depends on your organization, and making sure that you're trying to mitigate the disruption and safeguard and strengthen the Uzbekistan financial system, but also global one. So I think Uzbekistan's approach right now, based on what we've seen today, it's a forward-looking, multi-vector approach is positions us well to navigate this landscape successfully, hopefully. Yeah, so that's it for me. Open to questions, of course.
Thank you, Madina. It was actually good to recap and understand what sanction compliance actually means, and still confident that it's a big devil actually to manage, and any rule or regulation can be unintentionally breached. So that's why we have respective guidance from Madina that ideally needs to be followed to avoid any potential consequences. I think we ran out of time, so I didn't prepare any specific presentation from my side. I just wanted to give you a brief introduction about compliance challenges that Uzbek clients are actually meeting, working with Swiss or European banks, but I can easily take any of your question offline during the break. So please don't be afraid to reach out, and I'll be happy to talk to you tete-a-tete on that. And last but not least, yes, exactly. Please bear with us. We have one more last panel to come. It's the last one, but yet interesting, with my colleague Maxim Mezitsev, Dmitry Abasov from Vesta Group, Alvarez and Marsal, that is represented by Alla, and I don't remember who is the first. Exactly. So we have our partner Timur Agaev, who is a French attorney. Maxim, if you don't mind, please join the panel. And I would like to thank all my co-panelists for joining me and accepting my invitation. Thanks a lot, much appreciated.
Dear colleagues, thank you for joining us. So our last panel sounds from wealth protection to market opportunities, but honestly speaking, so we should have in mind whether it is wealth protection in first place or market opportunities. So we try today to understand this help to my colleagues. So we have Dmitry Abasov, we have Alla Gabueva, and Timur Agaev. So Dmitry, let's start from you, capital markets, and we will see a short overview of what is happening now in Uzbekistan.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, thank you all who survived this late. And it's a pleasure to be here today to speak in front of such distinguished audience. Many of the discussions today here have been focused on the private wealth and cross-border asset allocation. And as a representative of local investment banking and brokerage firm, I would like to shift the focus slightly and draw your attention to opportunities within the Uzbekistan domestic capital market. Before I start, I would like to ask a quick question. How many of you currently have a brokerage account in Uzbekistan or have the experience to invest in Uzbekistan market? Can you please raise your hands? Oh, just two of you. Not many. And that's exactly why I'm here. Uzbekistan remains a relatively under-penetrated and underdeveloped market. Today, I would like to share a brief presentation on capital market in Uzbekistan, and more importantly, the opportunities it presents for investors. Uzbekistan is transforming from a deposit-driven financial system to a capital market driven investment environment. And this transition is creating opportunities across equity, debt instruments, and privatization. I don't know, is it working? It's up or down? Yes. So let me briefly put Uzbekistan into context. Uzbekistan is one of the largest economies in Central Asia and the largest by population, the largest economy by population. It's actually number 2 after Kazakhstan in terms of GDP, and making it a dominant consumer market in the region. Uzbekistan sees close to 1 million births every year, with roughly 700,000 people annually, addition, effectively creating a new city every year. This is not just population growth, this is the demand growth. As a result, the population is approaching 40 million and is expecting to exceed this level in the near term, and with the long-term projection reaching 50 million by 2050. These drive the expanding consumer base, supporting long-term growth in consumption, financial service, and capital market development. Uzbekistan also benefits from very young population, as some previous speakers mentioned that the median age in Uzbekistan is 27 years. The population is increasingly digital active, supporting rapid adoption of financial technologies and consumer platforms. From macro perspective, the economy has been growing at around 6 to 7% annually, with GDP now approaching $150 billion. At the same time, the GDP per capita has increased from roughly $2,000 in 2020 to $3,800 in 2025. So it's almost doubled. While this is still below regional peers like Kazakhstan, where GDP per capita is around $14,000. And that highlights the significant catch-up opportunity for the country. Uzbekistan has also built a strong external position with international reserve over $70 billion, providing a substantial buffer for supporting macroeconomic stability. The country is among top 10 in terms of gold reserves and in terms of gold production, top 10 countries in the world. The central bank is an active participant in the global gold market. We see from time to time that the central bank of Uzbekistan is #1 central bank in the world, buying gold or selling gold in terms of volume of buying or selling gold. At the same time, if we look at the capital market itself, it remains relatively small. I don't know whether you see the figures below, but equity market capitalization is just over $20 billion. Corporate bond market is $1.5 billion. And the investor base remained quite limited. Number of accounts, something like 150,000 accounts, but active accounts just 10% of that amount. Liquidity is also quite low, with monthly trading volume of approximately $100 million. That's an average figure in 2025. It was something like $60 million per month. And 80% of that was attributed to M&A deals and privatization deals, living around less than $100,000 per day of a trading volume, which is very low, and liquidity is very low. So taking together all these figures show that despite the strong macro fundamentals, the capital market remains underdeveloped and underpenetrated. And this is precisely where we think the opportunity lies. Underdeveloped market is not a weakness, it is the opportunity. I'll try to switch the next slide. Yeah. Oops, sorry. Historically, Uzbekistan has been a deposit-driven financial system. For many years, bank deposits offered very high returns, at times reaching 25%, largely driven by the higher inflation. As a result, household savings were concentrated in bank deposits with limited participation in capital markets. However, this dynamic is now changing. Capital is starting to move from deposit into capital markets. As inflation has stabilized around 7%, deposit rates have declined and now are approximately at 11 to 20%, with the clear further downward trend. This is prompting investors to look for alternatives. The first step is developing a fixed income market. Corporate bonds are beginning to offer a yield a premium over deposits, and local bonds market is rapidly expanding. For example, the total amount of trades in 2022 and 2023 on bond market on Tashkent Stock Exchange was around $10 million. In 2024, it reached $30 million. And in 2025, it's $140 million, which is still rather low figure, but the dynamic is quite impressive. But the more important shift is towards equities. With ongoing privatization program, the emergence of the IPO pipeline, improving corporate performance, the equity market is becoming increasingly relevant for investors. For example, today, literally as we speak, National Investment Fund of Republic of Uzbekistan, managed by Franklin Templeton, has formally confirmed an intention to proceed with the IPO, offering shares domestically in Uzbekistan in Tashkent Stock Exchange together with dual placement, together with international placement of GDRs to global institutional investors on the London Stock Exchange. The fund has already secured around 300 million from cornerstone investors like BlackRock, which shows clearly a high interest from international investors in Uzbekistan and eventually will lead to increased volumes of trading, and eventually the prices should go up. So this represents a structural transition from yield-driven savings model to capital-driven investment environment. And this is where we believe the next phase of investment opportunities will emerge. So the question is, when should investors invest into the market? Yeah, it's work, but not, no, the previous one. Yeah. So the question is, why now? First, Uzbekistan remains an early stage market with relatively low foreign investor participations and limited market penetration. We actually see a lot of interest from international investors. Literally every week we have a call from somebody outside of Uzbekistan asking, please advise, how do we open the account? How do we buy into Uzbekistan? So this creates an early mover advantage for investors entering today. Second, macro picture remains very strong. Uzbekistan continues to deliver one of the highest growth rates among the frontier markets, supported by the favorable demographics and ongoing structural reforms. Third, the government is actively driving the market development. Privatization, market liberalization, and improving corporate governance are bringing new assets and opportunities to the market. And finally, valuation remains very, very attractive compared to more developed market. Entry levels are still relatively low across key sectors like banking, consumer, and infrastructure. So, taking together, this creates a compelling combination of high growth, improving market access, and still limited competition. This is not a mature market opportunity. This is an early stage capital story, which is quite risky, but still it is a very growing story, and investors who enter early enough are typically the ones who capture the most value. For example, we at Investa calculate an equity index called AVEX which captures the movement of 20 most actively traded stocks on the Tashkent Stock Exchange. So AVEX raised or grown 77% since the beginning of this year. So this is not a theoretical growth. This is happening now. So the question is not whether Uzbekistan will develop. The question is who positions early to benefit from that development. So this is actually almost everything I wanted to say. Thank you very much for your attention. But let me just close this discussion. I think we are at the beginning of a structural transaction that creates compelling early stage opportunity for investors. At Avesta, we closely work with issuers and investors, facilitate access to those opportunities across equity and debt markets. So I would like to be very happy to continue discussion with those who are interested in exploring opportunities in Uzbekistan. Avesta Investment Group is proud to be part of the local underwriting consortium supporting execution of the UZNIF IPO on the local Tashkent Stock Exchange. So if you have any questions, please don't hesitate to approach and ask. Thank you very much.
Dmitry, thank you very much. It sounds very promising. So, but when you see that the market is growing, so we have another very interesting topics which are well connected with this and also with private sector, and it is source of wealth. So Alla, please give your thoughts on this aspect.
Somebody click on OK.
Can anyone help us to manage with the screen? Oh, that's okay. So, well, so let me introduce myself. My name is Alla Gabueva. I'm senior associate in Alvarez & Marsal. Unfortunately, I haven't prepared a slide which describes the business of our company, but you can Google it easily. So Alvarez & Marsal is mainly known as a restructuring firm. Over 40 years helping the client to manage very complex issues. One of them is source of wealth. How many of you are familiar with the words source of wealth? Oh, every day. Much more than I expected. Yeah. Oh, in my opinion, my speech may be addressed mainly to family offices, legal advisors, or advisors to high net worth individuals, but I believe that it will be also interested for many of you. So let me start with a simple but uncomfortable question. Sorry. For many wealthy people, the hardest question today is not how to make more money, but how to make the money they have to be used internationally without friction. So imagine the client may have a real business. He built it for over the years, paid taxes, created a job, accumulated substantial assets over many years. And still, when the client approaches an international private bank, investor, or counterparty, the conversation can suddenly become difficult. Why? Not because the wealth is necessarily questionable, but because the wealth is not packaged in a way that international system can accept and trust. That is why the source of wealth matters, and that is why it is no longer a compliance question. It is becoming a gateway issue, a gateway to opening accounts, to moving capital, to investment opportunities and cross-border structuring, a gateway to credibility. In other words, the main question today is to make the wealth understandable, defensible, and usable within international financial system. And that makes sense, especially in markets like Uzbekistan and other Central Asian countries, where more founders, shareholders, and family created wealth and now are becoming internationally active. But they have very specific background, sometimes related to politically exposed persons or accumulated in very specific way, which is very common for their jurisdiction. But once capital crosses borders, local reputation is no longer enough. Wealth has to become legible to people who do not only know the client, do not only know the history of the client, and do not take comfort from local familiarity. And that is the new standard. So, where does this become real? Usually, exactly at the moment when the client wants something really important. To open a private banking relationship, to move funds internationally, or to raise capital, to sell business, to restructure ownership, to buy an asset, or to enter a more visible international environment. At that point, institutions are not asking a polite background question, they are making a risk decision. And the questions they are really asking are very practical. Does this wealth make economic sense? Does the timeline work? Does the assets today match the business history we are being told? Is the story documented well enough? Are there hidden issues in the background? And if this relationship is reviewed later by a regulator, an auditor, a risk committee, or the media, would we still be comfortable with it? And the last question matters the most. Today, institutions are not only asking whether the client is acceptable, they are asking whether the client is defensible. And this is where many perfectly legitimate clients run into trouble. Not because they did specifically something wrong, but because their story is too broad or too fragmented or too dependent on the verbal explanation. For example, the client says the wealth came from the business. Fine, but which entities? Over what period? With what ownership? Through which monetization events? Another example, the client said the assets were accumulated over time. That's also fine. But where is the bridge between historical earnings and his current wealth? The client says the structure is too old. Yes, but does that old structure include offshore vehicles, nominal arrangement, related party transfer, political exposed links, or historic counterparts that will trigger deeper review? So none of this means there is a real problem itself. But it does mean that the institution is being asked to get comfortable with uncertainty. And institutions are very bad at getting comfortable with uncertainty, if you know. So what happens? So onboarding slows down, questions multiply, the file is escalated. An investor becomes cautious and transaction stalls. A relationship starts with tension rather than trust. And very often the issue is not illegitimacy. The issue is that the wealth story is not ready for scrutiny. That is the difference. So, what does a strong source of wealth response actually require? Let's move to the practical part. It's not a generic explanation, not a binder full of random documents, and not a last-minute defensive memo prepared because a bank has already started asking questions. A credible response needs 5 things. First of all, it needs a real reconstruction of the wealth story. This is not a slogan, an actual explanation of where value was created, through which businesses, under which ownership, across which years, and through which events that value turned into current wealth. Second, it needs evidence that supports the key points. Not every paper matters, but the important part must be supportable. Corporate history, exits, dividends, tax position, asset ownership, banking flow, and transaction records. Third, it needs independence challenge, and this one is very important. In certain international situation, this is not optional. Source of wealth cannot be credibly established by the client alone. It cannot be credibly established by internal teams alone, or even the client's long-standing advisors alone. At some point, the exercise requires an external independent expert. Why? Because the issue is no longer simply whether the client believes the story. The issue is whether a bank, an investor, a regulator, or counterparty is prepared to rely on it. And that only happens when the analysis has been tested, challenged, and signed by someone whose independence is real, whose technical judgment is respected, and whose reputation is strong enough to carry weight with third parties. Without that, you won't have an you will have just an explanation. But what you need is something closer to an opinion the market men actually rely on. And that kind of expert is never cheap, nor should they be, because the institution are ultimately relying on is not paper itself. It is the fact that someone with a serious reputation is prepared to put their names under it. And that's what gives the exercise weight. A signature only matters if it belongs to someone whose judgment is trusted, whose independence is credible, and whose reputation would be damaged if the work were weak. In high-stakes cases, that is not an added benefit. That is the foundation. And first, translation. Many wealth stories in the region are legitimate, commercially rational, and well understood locally. But local logic does not automatically convert into international comfort. Someone has to translate business reality into the language of international compliance, risk committee, external advisors, and regulators. And the final product has to be usable. So concise, structured, consistent, supported, and ready for challenge. Because if the materials cannot survive first contact with compliance team, it is not ready, it is not good. As a conclusion, I would say that I have spent much of my career working on investigations, asset tracing, and similar assignments. And one lesson comes up again and again. It is much easier to attack a wealth story than to defend one. Because to attack it, you need just one inconsistency. To defend it, the whole picture has to hold together. The timeline, the documents, the ownership structure and history, the asset flow, the tax logic, the reputational context. That is why source of wealth should not be treated as a late-stage compliance exercise. It should be treated as a strategic assets. Because when it's done properly, it gives clients something extremely valuable. It gives them portability, credibility, readiness. And in a world of rising scrutiny, it helps legitimate wealth remain usable wealth, usable internationally. Thank you.
Hello, thank you very much for your presentation. I totally agree with you that it's better to attract an expert at the very first time when you cope with source of wealth issues, because if you have a ban from a bank, it's not possible to cope with it after you have filed all the documents which are not very logic and can be accepted by the bank, rather than to have a good history from the very first point. So thank you.
Exactly. Thank you, Tim.
So Timur, wealth protection cannot exist without wealth planning. So you have a very interesting topic and about wealth planning in France. So please take the microphone.
Oh, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, would like to thank the organizers and the sponsors for this fabulous event, for
giving me the opportunity to come back to Uzbekistan like 10 years later. And then, as I understand, I'm a last speaker at this event, so particular thanks to Timur for giving me the opportunity to be a headliner of this event. So I'll try to be quite fast but efficient, because I see that there are just only probably 25 or 30% of you sitting here waiting for the last session for dining, eating, and networking. It's much more interesting than these painful things and boring stuff like legal stuff or tax matters. So I'll try to be very fast. Just please, okay. Uh, very brief about myself. So I have Russian and Azeri origins, but I'm French, so it happens. I'm French means that I'm a French lawyer. I'm based in France. I found my own law firm that has several practices, and its core practice is private client practice, which is a complex one because it doesn't exist in legal profession like private clients law. It's composed of several legal practices like taxation, real estate, immigration law, some civil matters. So all this is included in our private client practice. And what is also important to say, because before I start explaining some boring things dedicated to French legal system, I'd like to say that, notwithstanding the fact that I'm going to talk about the French law, since I'm a French lawyer, but I'd like to draw your attention to the fact that these things will be applicable to almost any European jurisdiction within the European Union. Some of these things are probably unknown for the residents, for nationals from the eastern part of the Europe, especially the former USSR countries. That's why my first question to you guys, to those of you who are locals, do you have such things as, for example, gift tax or inheritance or fortune tax here in Uzbekistan? No? So no inheritance tax in Uzbekistan. And fortune tax should be? Nobody knows, no? No fortune tax. Okay, so let's unfortunate tax, yeah. Okay, how do I switch to the next? I see danger. No, danger is not the green. There are two greens. Yeah, well, doesn't work. Yes. Oh. Okay. That's good. That's good. The first slide. Thank you. My speech is dedicated to the milestones, so I don't go to the details, because the details are boring and very, very complicated. So the basic things that we have to take into consideration, it's first of all, the person who is our client, he's going to become a French tax resident or not, because the tax regimes will be a bit different. Just important to know that there is a universal taxation for the French residents, and the scope of all the declarative obligations and duties are, the scope is wider, and everything shall be declared. Everything, I mean that every income received from the outside of France,
every account open in a foreign jurisdiction, every trust or other structure. All this you have to declare once you become a French tax resident. As far as non-residents are concerned, the tax burden is not so important, but still, however, exists because we have in France a so-called free transfer tax. That's a tax which is applicable to all kind of free transfer of the assets. There are two kind of free transfer of the assets. It's a gift or donation and inheritance. The regimes are more or less the same. And here I will just go to the next slide. There is a progressive rate which is applicable and which starts with a 5% and very quickly goes up to 45% of the net taxable value of the asset. That's why it is very important to predict all these issues because, for example, we have many interesting particular proper only to France mechanism which allows to reduce the tax burden and to optimize the whole tax burden if everything is thought and tailored a bit in advance, not at the moment when, I mean, the moment of death or of sudden transfer of all the assets to the upcoming generation. So you have to think in advance. Yeah, for example, the tax allowances, but they are not very important. Tax allowance is equal to 100,000 euro per person, per kid and per parent. So it means, in fact, that each kid may receive up to 200,000 euro each 15 years from his parents. That is going to be for free, no tax to be paid. But what is 200,000? It means for a kid who has two parents, but it's almost nothing. So two kids, more or less, you can transfer an apartment, a small apartment in Paris, because usually the assets as today Richard who started talking at this conference from the Banque Richelieu, he gave you some ideas about the prices of the real estate in France, no matter we're talking about Paris or Asia Coast or probably the Alpine region. You don't have the assets which value is 500,000. Usually it goes up to several millions. So tax allowances are the stuff that you really cannot count on a lot, but we have other mechanisms. As for example, we can split all the ownership rights into the usufruct and bare property. And this mechanism is a good way to optimize the tax burden. What else? Then the second important thing to know about is that the structuring of the ownership usually depends on the nature of the assets and on the purpose. So there are some people who invest in the property, in the movable and assets or real estate, and they are planning to use these assets in order to generate the income. That's just one story. Another story, the intended use of the assets is absolutely personal. So one is not looking for the income to get out of this, to take out of these assets. But what is important is just to have some pleasant time, to spend some time on the wheel, to use the boat. That's a different story. So that's why here we're gonna opt between the commercial company and SCI. SCI, it's a civil company, which is very easy and quick to set up. That the outcome will be completely different. So SCI is probably ideal. No, well, there are no ideal instruments because we can also mix some instruments, but SCI can be a good instrument for those who are just considering acquisition of the assets for their personal use, whereas the commercial company is better suitable and more comfortable for those who are planning to invest in order to get some income. So then I think that, well, key points to consider is the age and the number of the heirs, so all the structure of the family, nature and purpose of the assets, countries of the residences, because also we are going to take into consideration the French local legislation. It's important also to take into consideration some local legislation of the country of initial residence of our clients. For example, I don't know what about Uzbekistan, but I don't know. I know that in Russia there are particular CFC rules that are applicable that, for example, do not exist in France. In France, you don't have CFC rules. And definitely we're going to take into consideration the presence or oppositely the absence of a double tax treaty. So that are the main key points. And final point, final thing that I would like to say that please consider that we, I mean, lawyers and tax advisors, I understand that we are more or less like doctors, so mentioning us probably is related to something which is very painful, unpleasant, but same as doctors are, we are here not only to resolve the issue, but also to predict and to prevent the problems. So no matter if you go to France or to another, you move to another jurisdiction like Italy, Switzerland, USA, no matter what, don't hesitate to contact the local professional advisors. They will help you to go through and to avoid some headache. Thank you so much. Thank you for your patience and enjoy the evening. Bye.
Timur, thank you very much. So I hope that Uzbekistan will not see ever such huge taxes on gifts and inheritance, but still, so navigating legal risks in global web structures requires proactive and multi-jurisdictional planning to prevent disputes over inheritance, over taxes, and assets control. Key strategies here can be using different structures like trusts, like family funds, etc. Defining beneficiary rights, of course, it's very important to have the structure proper done. And of course, utilizing alternative dispute resolution like arbitration and mediation for privacy and efficiency. As you all know, Uzbekistan now creates financial center like Astana Financial Center in Kazakhstan or other centers like in Emirates. So for me, it influence on opportunities of investors in Uzbekistan and also mitigate the risk. So I ask my panelists to give your thoughts from both sides, from Uzbekistan and European Union and France, how you will see the situation with this financial center. Will it help to improve the investment environment for Uzbekistan at all, or it will create maybe some problems? What do you think about it? So, Dmitry, maybe you will start.
Well, the Tashkent International Financial Center is sort of a copy of the Kazakhstan's Astana International Financial Center, which adopts generally the English law and has an independent court and supervisory, supervision. As I understand, that will, diminish the risks for the international investors and can create a good platform for developing financial instruments that are not allowed by the current Uzbek legislation system. It is sort of a legislative sandbox that we have here. It's a bit wider, and I think that will attract a lot of foreign interest, and I guess that will decrease the risks of investment into the country. So I think that will. I believe that will intensify the investment. For example, the Kazakhstan's Astana Financial Investment Center attracted up to 20 billion USD for the period it existed. So we are thinking at sort of at the same level of the investment that Uzbekistan can attract.
Dmitry, thank you. Good figures, yes. Allah, what do you think about?
We see the experience from Kazakhstan, so I believe it will make only sense to Uzbekistan. So I see it as it's a must. Yeah.
Okay, Timur, I think you have also some experience in Emirates, so we can share your thoughts on this.
Yeah, I think that everything will depend on how do the purposes meet with the conditions. So I think that if the conditions, all the conditions are met to satisfy the demand, so probably it may result in a very, very good instrument. Like, for example, what the Arabs, I mean the Emiratis, created in the UAE. They created several zones. Among them are famous DIFC, ADGM, and RAQ in Ras Al Khaimah. And all these centers function quite well. And DIFC, with its DIAC, became as one of the most demanded arbitration center actually in the world. At the same time, I think you also have to check for some not only for the successful stories, but also for to consider the losers as well. As for example, you know that a particular zone, a particular center has been created in the Republic of Belarus, like probably 10 or even earlier, 15 years ago, in order to accommodate the companies, the startups from the IT sector. And it started very, very well, but then all the infrastructure, all the legal framework has completely changed, and this stuff has collapsed. It became absolutely useless. So I think that here everything will depend on the how will this center satisfy the demands of the potential investors or the companies that consider themselves as target companies for the investors?
Yes, thank you, Timur. I think the reason why the first one was an IT sector, and then the global, this financial center was also the approaches which were used in Belarus, and then they see what was done in Astana, and they decided to make it more wide and to see other spheres of economy in this financial sector, just to not to concentrate on one issue and to go through. So thank you to all of you. I think that from this panel, we should all know that the planning is the best. So just start from the planning at the very beginning, and then so all approaches will be good to your clients. So thank you, and I will give the floor to Timur from Chorus and to Atabek from Euros to have a closing notes to today's conference. Thank you to all of you.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, dear panelists, thank you so much. It was a great day, I think. Yeah. I mentioned this before that we with Timur worked so hard during the last maybe couple of months to organize it, and I'm very happy that it made true, and a lot of guests from abroad, a lot of experts came here. They gave us a lot of new insights, and I'm really happy that it went very well. We see a lot of familiar faces. Thank you very much, dear members of Euros, dear partners. Special thanks to the sponsors of this event, and of course to Quoros, who made this idea happen together with us. I'm also very happy to see that one of the panels was organized in the framework of our compliance and corporate governance committee, chaired by Ms. Alina Akchurina. Thank you so much. This is one of our 9 committees in Euro Association, which is open to everyone. Actually, of course, for members first, and then to everyone else. As we gathered here, the people who is interested on the topic of compliance and wealth management issues, you are very welcome to join this committee, to join other committees that we have. But again, thank you very much. It was great to see you all here. And I will give the word to Timur. But before that, I would like to remind you that we have a small dinner, a cocktail dinner, on the floor one floor upstairs from here. And see you there, of course. We will have just a very pleasant networking. Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you, Atabek Aka. Yeah, we put lots of effort in organizing this event. So it's a flagship event. No one did it before. Such an event in Uzbekistan, specifically with the topics that we choose. So and basically our plans is to make this event on the annual basis, either in Tashkent or maybe we will explore some other cities like beautiful Bukhara and maybe Samarkand as well. So we are open for partnership for any upcoming events. So if you or your companies are interested, please reach out, and I would be happy to discuss the cooperation opportunities. So having seen all these people gathered around, I mean, especially at the very beginning, so I'm confident that basically the whole forum exceeded our expectation. So we are glad that you are here, and as a last remark, I would like to highlight that Quarus, our company, is expanding its presence in Uzbekistan. So last week we registered our firm here in Tashkent. So we'll be glad for business cooperation with all of you. So if you would need any support cross-border outside of Uzbekistan, precisely in Switzerland or in any other European or Middle East country, we are more than happy to support you with any potential requests. So thanks again, thanks for coming, and as Atabek Ake already mentioned, you're happily invited to join our dinner in the Nomad restaurant upstairs, so would be glad to catch up and to explore some other topics with you all. Thanks again, guys. Thank you.